no local. Talvez o que faliu a Conferência da Biodiversidade, eu tive muita conversa com o Oliver, vários desses que trabalharam com relação... Eu participei de algumas conferências de biodiversidade. O que faliu a Convenção de Biodiversidade foi não chegar no governo local. E esse é o básico. Se a gente somar, talvez, agora, depois dessa eleição, nós acreditamos que vamos ter 1.200 municípios que têm estruturas de meio ambiente no Brasil. Breno, em Minas, para poder licenciar hoje, tem que ter o plano, né, de Mata Atlântica. Acho que Paraná fez isso, não sei se a gente tem também... Aliás, vocês foram o primeiro, né, no Rio Grande do Sul. Se nós não tivermos essa realidade, nós estamos falando de 5.570 municípios no Brasil. Acredito eu que menos de 1.000 têm estruturas de meio ambiente. Secretário, assessorias, infraestrutura, Fundo Municipal de Meio Ambiente, tudo previsto na lei. Não precisa criar mais lei nenhuma, é só a execução da legislação. Então, se nós não entendemos isso, e aí sim a Unesco é importante com a reserva da biosfera, eu vi essa proposta da Amazônia, eu sou também lá fundador da FAS, da Fundação Amazônia Sustentável. Nós administramos 16 parques no estado, porteira fechada. Aragão conhece bem essa história, né? E o que a gente conseguiu fazer? Sei lá, o pagamento de serviços ambientais através do Bolsa Floresta, coisas desse tipo, mas as pessoas se reconhecem dentro da unidade de conservação, receberam títulos para morar dentro de uma unidade de conservação, um título como se fosse de uso precário da região, e mais do que isso, ganham, e coletivamente isso vai na mão de mulher, esse pagamento. Então, se você não faz isso, você não incorpora a questão ambiental, aqueles projetos, propostas de economia na Amazônia, ele vai acontecer porque essas pessoas já vivem nessa economia. Nós vamos trazer luz para isso e fazer com que isso se transforme depois em benefício comum, né? Tantas fábricas que a gente fez no Unini, vários dos lugares, as escolas e todas as sedes de unidade de conservação, isso mostra que as pessoas olham para ali e reconhecem. Agora vão reconhecer como reserva da biosfera, porque já tem esse esforço. Então, talvez a minha grande contribuição, a gente não conseguiu colocar a apresentação, mas o que eu queria mostrar para vocês é o seguinte: a necessidade urgente na Mata Atlântica, principalmente para a grande reserva, para a reserva da biosfera, é termos os planos de biodiversidade com lente climática a partir da realidade construída pela população local, e aí se incorpora a reserva da biosfera. Se fizermos isso, a gente vai estar avançando e vai estar conseguindo fazer com que tenhamos aumento dessas áreas protegidas. Só previsto nos municípios que a gente trabalhou, nós tínhamos a capacidade de construir corredores muito mais rapidamente, e essas conexões, Pedro, acontecem. E aí sim coloca trilha, aí coloca o turismo, aí coloca o dono da pousada, aí coloca o restaurante, aí coloca aí essa economia que já vive em torno dessa grande história da Mata Atlântica. O nosso desafio, como biodiversidade, é salvar talvez o bioma que mais sofreu pressão na história dos biomas brasileiros, como da Mata Atlântica, e que se tornou uma lei, e que se aplicou. E desde que a gente fez todo esse trabalho da lei, foram 15 anos para fazer a lei da Mata Atlântica. Você acompanhou bem esses 15 anos. 15 anos de resistência contra uma legislação com um bioma que já estava no fim. Talvez agora está se repetindo com crueldade no caso do Cerrado. Eu acho que foi talvez o caso mais grave do Brasil. Eu ficaria com vergonha de estar numa COP como nós estamos hoje, como país, vendo o que está acontecendo no Cerrado, vendo o que está acontecendo na Amazônia, vendo o que está acontecendo no Pantanal. Para o Brasil é um descrédito. E a gente só vai reverter isso se a gente conseguir fazer com que a população entenda que biodiversidade, sim, é vida, é compromisso, é resistência, é um jeito de a gente ter o país que tem a biodiversidade, que não reconhece, porque não consegue aterrissar toda essa legislação que a gente tem, ou talvez a maior legislação do Brasil, no território dos municípios, com as pessoas participando dessa proteção. Esse é o caminho que a gente vai falar com o Manama. Obrigado.
Muito obrigado, bom dia a todos, ainda é bom dia. O meu nome é António Abreu, sou diretor da Divisão de Ciências Ecológicas e da Terra na Unesco em Paris, há pouco mais de um ano, e por inerência secretário do programa MAB. Queria agradecer, obviamente, a vossa presença e motivação, interesse, debate e discussão, que é super complexo e que me fez ouvir já estas primeiras intervenções e já um pouco antes, fez-me refletir um bocadinho sobre o que é que poderia ser o meu contributo para esta discussão. E então eu vou falar um bocadinho sobre o programa MAB e o seu quadro normativo. Já aqui falámos várias vezes sobre questões legais, jurídicas, administrativas, políticas também. E estamos enredados, eu confidenciava com o Pedro, que há aqui uma lógica com um bocadinho de humor, que parece que seguimos uma lógica que é típica em algumas culturas, que é, se podemos complicar, porque é que devemos simplificar? Porque é que se podemos complicar, vamos abandonar o simples. Então, se calhar, era bom voltar um bocadinho atrás e ter uma noção. Não há ninguém que seja culpado ou responsável. Há um contexto, há uma história longa, curta. E é bom revisitar. Por isso, o vídeo inicial do Sérgio, e é um vídeo que eu posso também partilhar convosco, que nasceu precisamente de uma discussão com uma representação de um país que tem algumas reservas da biosfera, e a embaixadora na Unesco queria saber, explique-me lá o que é isto e como é que se faz, porque eu quero ajudar, mas não percebo nada. E tenho muita pressão, mas não sabemos o que é, se é uma área protegida, se não é. O programa MAP tem, do ponto de vista regulamentar e normativo, 2 páginas. Só 2 páginas. Diz o que é uma reserva, basicamente está resumido naquele contexto. Mas isto começou em 71. Em 71 ninguém se preocupava com metade das coisas que estamos a fazer aqui. Nem as áreas protegidas e parques nacionais ou reservas que foram criadas sequer falavam em extinção. Era proteção pura e dura de valores, na lógica de que o homem está a dar cabo das coisas e ali não vamos tocar porque aquilo é importante. Sem explicar às pessoas porquê. Porque é que era importante. Não é que não fosse importante. O conceito de reserva da biosfera, na altura, tinha um bocadinho mais que isso. Não se falava em desenvolvimento sustentável. Há 50 anos ninguém falava nessa palavra. Nem sequer se falava em alterações climáticas. E hoje estamos aqui a embrulhar aquilo que efetivamente é uma representação do mundo em que vivemos. Vivemos num mundo em aceleração e em complexidade, em que tudo está ligado com tudo. E temos desde logo um problema. A nossa lei, a nossa forma de organização não é compatível com a realidade. Mesmo do ponto de vista do desenho territorial. Quer dizer, quando se desenharam os municípios, pelo menos na Europa, século XIV. E hoje fazemos planeamento territorial ao nível municipal, com unidades territoriais que não faz sentido sequer existirem, mas que do ponto de vista político e jurídico têm que existir porque ninguém mexe. Eu venho de uma terra que tem 50 km por 16 e tem 11 municípios, com 300 mil pessoas. Faz algum sentido do ponto de vista da gestão ambiental e gestão do territorial para uma área que tem 750 km quadrados, ter 11 planos diretores municipais, 11 sistemas de gestão de resíduos, 11 sistemas de captação e distribuição de água, 11 frotas de remoção de resíduos? Não faz nenhum sentido, mas ainda estão lá. E isto apela para, digamos, um exercício em que nós temos que, se calhar, sair do nosso quadro mental, operacional e legal e tentar aproveitar as oportunidades que temos e ver o que é que podemos fazer. Portanto, as reservas hoje, as reservas da biosfera, já agora, e antes de passar à fase seguinte e terminar, o programa MAB é um programa intergovernamental. Ou seja, é apoiado e é aquilo que os governos querem. Os governos são os legítimos representantes dos Estados, dos povos, e, portanto, trazem para o programa, e são eles que decidem, quem aprova uma reserva da biosfera não é a Unesco, é o Conselho de Coordenação Internacional do programa MAB na Unesco, que são 35 países, representantes de 35 países, que votam todos os anos com base nas propostas que chegaram, que os países individualmente submetem, que o secretariado analisa, que encaminha para um grupo de peritos independente, que é nomeado também, indicado por países, de uma forma rotativa, que analisam, veem a conformidade das ideias e, digamos, após a análise, se estiver tudo de acordo, há uma recomendação e o Conselho delibera e temos a reserva. Depois, a coisa boa do programa é que não impõe um modelo de gestão, nem um modelo de governance tipificado igual. Nem poderia ser, porque não ia dar resultado. O mundo é tão diverso, 200 países, realidades diferentes. Enfim, basta um país como o Brasil, que também é grande, mas já vê a dificuldade que é em tentar unificar modelos. Mas isso para mim pessoalmente, e para muita gente com quem falo, isso é a beleza e um dos instrumentos mais poderosos deste programa. É ser tailor-made, como se diz em inglês, à sua medida. Então, se calhar a lógica do nosso pensamento deve ser: qual é o valor acrescentado que uma reserva traz? Que pode ser, num caso, o valor de acrescentar uma atenção, uma sensibilização, um conhecimento científico, uma gestão diferenciada para o elemento conservação, que é uma das funções da reserva. E então, nesse caso, não há drama se 99% do orçamento dessa reserva e da atenção e do esforço for efetivamente para conservação. Claro, não chega, porque se diz que há outras duas funções. Mas se calhar há reservas onde a função mais importante é a dinamização do desenvolvimento socioeconómico, porque a função de conservação ao nível daquilo que já existe é suficiente e assegura, digamos, as dinâmicas. O que eu quero dizer com isto não é impor uma ou outra modelo, é que cada um tem que pensar o que é melhor para si e o que é melhor numa perspectiva de conjunto, porque ninguém vive sozinho. E mesmo dentro de um país pode haver modelos diferentes. Há modelos diferentes e há dinâmicas diferentes. Qual é o valor acrescentado, então, de uma reserva? É aquele que nós quisermos e que for preciso e que pode mudar ao longo do tempo. Não há drama, nem ninguém vai ser julgado com isso. Agora, aqui já percebi um bocadinho, pela minha ignorância sobre o Brasil, que, de facto, há uma série de oportunidades que todos sentimos, que vocês, em particular, manifestam com uma forma muito calorosa e que poderíamos, digamos, aproveitar e beneficiar do facto de serem reservas da biosfera para acrescentar, digamos, essas valências, para otimizar, para afinar e para procurar novos modelos de engajamento de outros parceiros que até agora não têm estado ou não têm tido oportunidade, mesmo querendo, ou não têm estado sensíveis para isso, ou de eliminar alguns dramas e potenciar, portanto, a questão, por exemplo, das conexões e dos corredores. Pode ser uma oportunidade e seria um exemplo fantástico que o Brasil traria e que outros países poderiam também tentar explorar, porque, como eu disse ontem, os vossos problemas são mega problemas porque são os do Brasil e o Brasil é, de facto, um país enorme, mas há outros países a discutir as mesmas coisas e encontrar soluções que não são, se calhar, as melhores nem aquelas que respondem às vossas dúvidas, mas podem servir, pelo menos, para perceber: olha, ali falhou, ali acertou, vamos discutir como é que foi, obviamente há questões culturais, há questões dinâmicas, há questões políticas. Como eu dizia no início, vivemos numa bolha, que para mim é a beleza do mundo em que vivemos. Eu considero que isso é fantástico e, sobretudo, também requer um outro aporte, nomeadamente da juventude, porque, pelo menos a minha geração, acho eu, não me considero habilitado para pensar o que é o futuro. E se nós queremos olhar para o futuro, eu acho que temos que envolver, dar voz, não só voz, mas poder mesmo à juventude. Porque os jovens, e aqui estão alguns, são os especialistas do futuro. São eles que conseguem fazer perguntas sobre o futuro, que é a vida deles, que nós não conseguimos. Nós estamos demasiado viciados no passado e demasiado agarrados a problemas que não conseguimos resolver e queremos experimentar a mesma solução 50 mil vezes para algo que já sabemos que não funcionou. E então temos que eventualmente partir, que mudar, que fazer um refresh, como fazemos ir ao cabeleireiro, como algumas senhoras fazem, ou mudar qualquer coisa. E aproveitar a onda. A Unesco está ao vosso serviço, a Unesco são vocês, a Unesco não é uma entidade externa. Nós somos funcionários dos Estados-membros e um secretariado para, digamos, facilitar e implementar as medidas que vocês discutirem. O que podemos trazer, sim, é as experiências, o conhecimento, a partilha e a disponibilidade para procurar soluções conjuntamente convosco. E termino dizendo que isso é, de facto, a definição de reserva da biosfera. Um espaço, uma plataforma que assenta numa lógica territorial, que tem valores interessantes de biodiversidade, de cultura, de património natural, de biodiversidade fundamental. É a rede maior de áreas protegidas do mundo, não há outra. E, portanto, aqui também temos que apelar à CBD e a outros instrumentos, nomeadamente financiamento internacional, para olhar de outra forma para esta rede, porque ela é a única rede de territórios com gente, 300 milhões de pessoas vivem em reservas de biosfera, que albergam os valores ao nível das espécies, dos ecossistemas mais importantes da biodiversidade. Todos os biomas, todos os ecossistemas estão dentro das reservas da biosfera. E, portanto, se nós queremos fazer alguma coisa pela biodiversidade ao nível mundial, eu não entendo também porque é que o GEF e porque outros fundos ainda não olharam para as reservas de uma forma efetiva. Mas isto não depende deles, depende de nós e depende dos Estados. São os Estados que têm os pontos focais que têm que dizer não, há que canalizar meios em escala, como o Pedro diz. E a escala é apropriada. Para nós, o Unesco, a escala é mundial, porque temos todas as reservas. É quase 5% do território mundial. A rede de reservas da biosfera é 5% do território, vai crescer. A nossa ambição é que em 2030 não haja um Estado-membro da Unesco que não tenha pelo menos uma reserva da biosfera. E, portanto, isto vai aumentar, e aumenta porque há um reconhecimento da importância das reservas. Eu vou terminar agora, obviamente, a intervenção, dizendo que não há varinhas mágicas, não há soluções, é o caminho, e mesmo aquela solução que vierem a implementar hoje, se calhar daqui a 2, 3 anos, está completamente ultrapassada. Temos que ter capacidade adaptativa, mas não fugir da essência. As reservas da biosfera são para conservação da biodiversidade e da cultura, para promoção do conhecimento e aplicação do conhecimento, seja ele científico, seja ele tradicional, para uma melhor gestão integrada, justa, equitativa dos recursos em favor do desenvolvimento socioeconómico e da identidade dos territórios. E tudo o que possamos fazer para isso é a reserva da biosfera. Muito obrigado.
Muito obrigado, muito bom ouvir todos. Vamos corrigir aqui um lapso e colocar uma representante feminina aqui das mulheres para poder... Não, Antônio, pode ficar, tem outra cadeira aqui. Vai trazer. Trazer a Meire para fazer as palavras finais, ela como presidente do Conselho da Reserva da Biosfera da Mata Atlântica, para fazer o fechamento aqui, que a gente já está indo, tem que cumprir o horário, que já tem um pessoal que vai começar meio-dia aqui.
Bom, um excelente dia para todos nós. Muito feliz de estar aqui e uma grande honra estar aqui representando as mulheres, né, nessa mesa aqui. Cumprimentar todos da mesa, Antônio, Pedro, Fernando, Mário. Quando a gente escuta, né, todas essas falas, a gente consegue ver a dimensão e a importância do tema que é reserva da biosfera. E a gente percebe também o desafio que tem nessa busca de tentar colocar todos os atores numa perspectiva de diálogo, de mobilização e de cuidar desse espaço de uma forma inteira. Então, todos nós temos as nossas responsabilidades no âmbito de cuidar da vida em todas as suas dimensões. Atualmente, eu sou a presidente do Conselho Nacional da Reserva da Biosfera da Mata Atlântica. Um nome bem grande, né, para a maior reserva da biosfera do planeta. Então, o Brasil precisa se orgulhar de ter a maior reserva da biosfera do planeta. E foi reconhecida como maior reserva da biosfera do planeta porque possui as características, possui as fragilidades ambientais e as razões que justificam ser reconhecido como um patrimônio de toda a humanidade. É o bioma mais fragmentado do Brasil, um dos mais ameaçados pelo seu grau de endemismo. E o que nós estamos fazendo? O que nós precisamos fazer? Antônio trouxe aqui, falou sobre o programa MAB. Pedro falou sobre a questão do Ministério. Mário trouxe a questão dos planos municipais. Fernando falou da questão do Conselho Nacional. Como é que a gente junta todos esses atores? O que é que a gente precisa fazer para chegar a todo esse conteúdo robusto para todas as pessoas e fazer com que as pessoas se conheçam num território de reserva da biosfera? Será que a gente poderia usar as redes sociais numa perspectiva de aqui tem reserva da biosfera e você se colocar, consultar, será que eu estou numa reserva da biosfera e esse aplicativo me dizer por que eu estou numa reserva da biosfera? Será que pode ser uma coisa que ajuda nesse diálogo e nessa construção? Será que a gente pode pensar num processo de formação continuada, usando as plataformas para esse sistema de gestão e que a gente consiga entender esses processos? Então, são muitas as questões que precisam serem trabalhadas e que a gente precisa se unir nesse esforço. Ontem, eu contei essa história, eu vou concluir agora contando novamente. O símbolo da Mata Atlântica é um macaco muriqui. E o macaco muriqui, a liderança do bando, nem sempre o líder é o mais forte, mas sempre o líder é o mais amado. É o que mais abraça, é o que é mais abraçado. Ou seja, é uma liderança que é exercida pelo afeto. E que a gente possa fazer com que esse afeto seja o elo das nossas relações. Muito obrigada.
Bom, gente, então estamos terminando aqui o painel, já tem outro pessoal chegando. Eu só queria pedir para a gente terminar aqui tirando uma foto final, e aí a gente vai. Por favor, gente, vamos tirar uma foto aqui dos palestrantes.
Diversidad, reducción del riesgo de desastre.
Reduction of disaster risk and childhood. Thank you all for coming. We are very happy to have you here. I am Adrián Valiente. I belong to the coordination team of the Network of Youth for Biodiversity, the Paraguayan chapter. I study environmental engineering. Thanks to UNICEF, I represent the youths of Paraguay in this COP meeting. Today we are going to address a topic that brings us together and affects us all. We are going to talk about climate change and how it affects the young, children, adolescents, especially the most vulnerable group, us. In a world in which climate is changing at alarming pace, it is fundamental to understand how this affects the environment, but also how it affects the most vulnerable populations. And who are the most vulnerable population groups? Us, the youths, boys, girls, teenagers, because we are the ones who will inherit the effects of climate change that affect not only climate variability, but also the crisis caused by loss of biodiversity. These changes not only impact and threaten the safety of life on the environment in this planet, but deepens the vulnerability of leaders, men and women leaders for tomorrow. Today we are going to have a quite biodiverse panel. We are going to have conversations with authorities from Colombia, boys, girls, and youths about the effects of climate change and reduction of disaster risk. In order to learn a little bit more how climate change affects us today and how it affects the most vulnerable population, who are boys, girls, teenagers, and youth. Now I give the floor to Valentina Estrada, climate change, energy, and disaster risk reduction officer of Colombia, who is also part of the UNICEF delegation. Thank you, Adrián. I have a challenging role, but an interesting one. I am very happy to do it. I will moderate a panel, such a high-level panel with such quality and made up entirely by women who are very experienced with a lot to teach and tell us. So the challenge of the moderation will be interesting. I am pleased to introduce Director of IDEAN, Gisilian Echeverry. She's a chemist. She has an MBA in Science and Environmental Sciences of Del Valle University. She is from Colombia. She has worked in investigation evaluation of environmental risk and health. She has headed projects, civil society organizations, productive sectors, NGOs, government organizations, and she has worked with networks, international networks. Thank you. You are welcome. Also, we have the pleasure of introducing Ana Milena Prada, Deputy National Director for Knowledge from the National Unit for Risk Management in Colombia. She is head of territorial planning based on risk assessment. She is in charge of training and creation of community maps with differential approaches, promoting education and appropriation of knowledge from the intergenerational perspective. She has worked in education, territory, citizen participation, and geospace technologies used to develop territorial change management tools. She works in sustainable development, focusing on ecosystem production and risk reduction in case of disasters. Welcome, Anna. And now we are going to continue with an international guest, Yuselin Navarro, environmental engineer and certified coach, member of the coordinators of the Network of Women for Preservation in Latin America and the Caribbean. She's CEO of SIAM. Welcome. We welcome Melissa Norbert. She is studying in zoonology. She is part of the Network of Youth for Disaster Risk Reduction of the Americas and the Caribbean, and also articulator in Gajamundo. Welcome. Lastly, Isidis Riquelme, environmental educator, activist, entrepreneur, co-founder and CEO of Chucao, speaker of Tremendas and general coordinator of Givenchy. It is a pleasure to have you in this great panel. Thank you, Adrian, for your introductory remarks. I think you've had a very good idea in mentioning the diversity in ages, in backgrounds, and in territories. So today, we are going to address questions. The idea is to have a conversation, to learn from each other, because we see the impact, but not only that, the actions that we carry out from our roles to think in terms of risk reduction with the approach of childhood, because they will be the ones that will suffer the most and are more vulnerable. Children and adolescents. We are going to have translation with Danielle, who will help us. But the first question, we're going to have 2 rounds. One of the first questions about the first question is about impacts and effects of climate change and biodiversity ecosystems and development of children, youth, and adolescents. The question is, which are the most severely affected ecosystems by climate change, and what is the link between the loss and reduction of ecosystems in the development of youth and children? Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for this invitation. I will talk about all the ecosystems. Climate change is dynamic. It increases. Climate change, the most relevant variable, is the average air temperature increase. It's not something that happened one day and it stopped there all the time. It is increasing. In 2023, it was the hottest year. It was a 1.5 degrees Celsius increase that we had promised not to have. And on Friday this week, on Climate Change and Biodiversity Day, we have delivered the climate change scenarios, and in the most sustainable scenario, even so, in temperature increases by 1 degree Celsius in the national territories, and 2 to 4 degrees are expected for the next century. Overall, all the ecosystems will be vulnerable. In our third communication on climate change, we have issued alerts on important ecosystems in the country, remembering that Colombia is a mega diverse country. We have diversity in multiple terms: geography, flora, fauna, resources, and we have differentiated characteristics. The variable is increase of temperature, but climate change is linked with delocalization of rains. When we have floods in one place, we can have severe drought in another. The ecosystems suffer. The communication is relevant to the Amazon, temperature increase, fire risks, deforestation, plus greenhouse gas emissions, also the tundra ecosystems, impacts on the tundra, impacts water supply. We have a very clear reality in Bogota with lack of water supply that is right now under control, coastlines that increase the sea level, and marine biolife risk, tropical dry forests that can lead to severe drought, and high mountain ecosystems. In the COP, we have been able to show the impact on the glaciers. 2025 will be the year of the glaciers, so there is a very great call to attention on this. I hope I have been brief enough. Thank you. Anna? What a good way to start. The director of ILEA, focusing on climate change. What are the impacts on children and youth from these scenarios of climate change and risk? I briefly would like to mention, because as we move forward, we can continue looking deeper into these issues. But I would like to focus on four important impacts. First, access to essential resources. Secondly, the loss of means of living in our unit. We serve during emergencies. We see erosion in the coastline of the Caribbean, difficulties to access education, and loss of means of earning a living in the communities, especially the native communities. Then development and access to healthy habitat that is being lost, a healthy environment too. And something that we may discuss later is linked with great weakness in education, infrastructures, and health that are safe. And this impacts overall the right to access health and education and safety for the younger. In the Caribbean, risk management allows temporary occupation of property because of the lack of infrastructure to assist in case of emergency. Schools are the first places occupied, and that hinders access to education of children and youth in the territory. I will stop at this point. Thank you. I want to focus on a specific context because one of the most vulnerable ecosystems are the upper Andean ecosystems, and I come from such ecosystems. I have been working throughout different areas in the Peruvian Andes, and I see that such effects have impacted children in the sense of biodiversity losses and the rest. Children suffer the problems because they are more vulnerable than adults. Many of them live very far from their schools, and they have to walk to school for hours and hours. And when climate change becomes worse, it is more difficult for them to walk to school. Also, I want to focus on a more concrete context, and this is a project that we carry out with CIAN, focused on children and biodiversity. We don't see them as entities that are being affected, but rather sub individuals who are taking action to avoid the loss of biodiversity. Children, since they have lost biodiversity and since they have seen their ecosystems impaired, they lose the opportunity and the place from where to learn because the loss of biodiversity affects the access to food and their environment and their food security. So we have created a specific space inside these protected areas so children may help us preserve, and not something that is preserved without them but including them. They make their contributions from the early years, and they connect to the biodiversity that is suffering from climate change. So this is an urgent issue to take care of, but concretely, we provide responses in the face of the needs. She started by saying that she does not speak Spanish. She asked permission to speak in Portuguese. She said that all the ecosystems are important, but she's going to refer to her area of knowledge, the marine ecosystem that is sometimes left aside. She is mentioning the issues of waste in the marine bed, coral reefs too are also an issue. Losses from marine waste and loss of biodiversity. Do you understand her Portuguese?
Thank you. What an incredible panel. I would like to congratulate you all, and I thank you to being here. And the fact that we have many generations here and a lot of women here makes me very proud. I am from Chile, and in our region, our main problems caused due to climate change and that affect children is drought and desertification. The south of Chile has a lot of water scarcity and poor water management. And this also implies that girls, we have a water champion here, Barbara Tudillo, who lives in a place where crops would have water available, but people have no water available to drink. So you need to choose between drinking, bathing, or giving your water to the livestock. And here, the most affected population is young women during their period not having any access to clean water. So now this is a threatened because they need to skip class for a whole week because they don't have water at school or at home. So they have not a right to a healthy menstruation. This is also causing the loss of boys, girls, and youth lives. And this is forest fires. We had the worst fires this year since 2021 in the region of Valparaiso, where I and also Barbara grew up. This region is most vulnerable to climate change, and here we lost hundreds of people in just one afternoon. A forest fire turned into a structural fire, and due to the poor planification in our city, rescuers couldn't get to people and to the city. Fires started at 4 p.m., so people were working and couldn't get home to help their children or elderly. And in the multiple cases we saw, there was a huge loss of minors, especially minors of 14 to 15 years old, and sometimes even little siblings, 7, 8-year-old kids. We don't want to forget about them. We have been reminding them using their own names, and we paid homage to them on February, a date where we still were recovering bodies, which was some paid for the families. This also reminded us of an earthquake in February of 2008. This also meant that we have 40,000 people displaced from their homes to that date and living in campsites. They were so vulnerable, all protocols failed, and those rescuers who needed to prioritize children and elderly couldn't get to the people in trouble. They only made it to the lower part of the mountain. And this is something that cannot happen again. Once disasters cause already such damage to people, it's only late that we start creating the regulations and the protocols. This was a terrible summer for us. I think we will never forget about it. Last year in June, August, and now again this year, we were affected by floods, and emergency houses that were provided last year were flooded once again this new year, and most of the city had to be rebuilt due to the poor city planning and management. But that is no reason to forget that the people who are first in line when receiving the causes of all this damage was children and youth still need our help. So we need to think proactively so that this happens never again. October is the beginning of the new fire season in Chile, and we need to get ready. It's terrible that biodiversity is a new subject here. We know that fire in the Amazon is being affected by fire, but it is not only until it reaches people that we start taking action. Thank you to all our speakers. Now we will start touching on what to do in these higher temperature scenarios where rain increases, when contamination worsens. According to each scenario, what are the solutions that we can suggest or apply in our countries or institutions? In risk management and in the management of any risk, we think about the likelihood of the occurrence of a risk. And anticipatory measures is the best measure you can ever implement. Once the disaster is here, then it's already too late. And the dimensions related to loss and cost, it's bigger. So the best is preliminary preventive measures. From IDEAM, we are creating early alerts or alarms. As a country and in general in the whole world, We need to have continuous monitoring and surveillance of the environment and nature so that we can predict what is going to happen and create those predictive and anticipatory measures. If I don't know, I cannot, for example, avoid a hurricane or stop a hurricane or stop the sea level from increasing. Of course, we can do a lot of things and reduce our gas emissions, but I cannot stop heavy rain or drought. But I can know when it may occur, for how long it will be here, and what consequences it may have. So that way I can get ready and take action in the eventual case that this occurs. It's not the same to prepare for a 1-month drought or for an 8-month or a 12-month drought. So we can prepare according to the scale of the phenomenon. Every action towards prediction and preparation is incredibly positive. We are here in a panel for children and the youth. And I must say that even if teen monitoring or using technology is important, it's not enough. We need to complement monitoring with observation on the field, on the ground. Also with citizenship knowledge, with agent knowledge, which also help us identify changes. For example, the birds are acting weird, the trees have changed in color, or anything that can help us identify what is happening. And also the smart anticipatory measures. We need to continue monitoring and reinforce these skills and capacities, but we still need to work with the citizens, with the boys and girls and youth, because there's no other way to monitor every square meter in the world with machines. Actually, since last year, and in line with the Guajira emergency in IDEAM, we are working with the schools. And schools, boys and girls, can monitor rainfall by installing rain meters. We are also having high mountain monitoring in schools. So this is an important action to monitor, to get to know what is needed, and also to pass on that knowledge with boys, girls, and the youth, knowledge which is essential to have anticipatory measures in place. Thank you very much, Director. I agree that this first look needs to be a prevention approach. And in that, knowledge is an essential tool to work with information that is created and developed by and for the people. Information that also is included in training processes, which also needs to be adapted for each age. And also to get to measures which can help us get participation in the national system to implement risk assessment knowledge, risk assessment training with a territorial approach, and knowledge which again needs to be adapted to each age. Otherwise, there's no way to know what is the scope of the role of the youth and children to understand and also prevent risk. Besides knowledge, we also need to have reduction and care response in case of emergency. So when speaking about reduction and related with what I said before, educational structures are essential. Colombia doesn't know which are the school infrastructures or the school structures that are threatened in case of disasters. We do not know how many of these structures have resisting regulations applied, and we don't even know, and this makes no contribution to the issue is what is the level of response and the risk reduction potential in each of these regions, because a lot of this requires a lot of knowledge on your own territory. So that's why we need to integrate the youth to develop this knowledge on territories. And finally, when speaking about disasters and preparation for response, something that we know historically, for example, in the Armenia case, is one of the most disastrous cases in emergency response, where the lack of capacity to respond to the emergency was evident and led to the loss of hundreds of children and the disgregation of families. So if we don't have an adequate response for disasters, and this is also related with gender issues, if we do not have an emergency response which allow us to save the lives of children, then we have no idea about what we need to do as a government, as a state. While observing vulnerable populations, we still see that the stressors are even more complex for them to cope with. So I would like to speak about enabling spaces and opportunities to strengthen response capacity. For example, the communities I work with organize to respond to forest fires, not only focusing on the response by adults and local authorities, but also using enabling spaces so that children can also contribute to these actions and be not only those who are protected, but make also an action and concrete actions to contribute in disasters. That's why I was speaking about the climate monitoring that these children are carrying out. And I feel that this is essential so that they can understand their surroundings, the changes in these surroundings, and knowledge, citizen knowledge, that can help them collect this information and create practical and specific actions that allows them to strengthen that knowledge. And this is a strategic approach because changes and decisions are always made by adults. But when we speak with children, we also are first involved with their parents. And children also get involved through their teachers in educational institutions, and in that way they are reaching wider and wider communities. If we only think in adult or political led changes, much is left behind or is left only on paper and gets to no practical action. And sometimes it's children who can implement specific actions and give us the example that they are the present and that they are best fit to address these needs. This can also be carried out through transformative approaches, for example, environmental education. And we also need to work through public policy. So we are working to promote regulations that recognize these children as capable individuals to promote change. And we are working with local authorities so that this is incorporated in local regulations and allows them to be seen not only as children, but also to be recognized for their interventions and actions. So to add to what's already said, we also offer opportunities and spaces so that children can go and move further because they have a lot of capacity that we need to harness and explore better. About bringing new solutions for children and the youth, I will speak about some of our actions. At the level of public policy, we've seen that post-emergency management, I'm also very critical about preventive measures, but for post-emergency, the government kept schools open after fire so that children could be there in receiving educational and in workshops so that their parents could be at home recovering their homes, and this helped in their psychological recovery. The emotional impact was big, so they could remain there while their houses were recovered. They also lost their pets, so this was incredibly helpful. And the second action I could mention is from Tremendas. In alliance with Chucao, the company I work with, we created the first registry of the emergency as soon as it began. The disaster started at 12, and by 2 p.m., we already knew where the recovery centers were, where the most affected populations are. And then we continued this work for 3 consecutive days. We were joined by the ICOI, which is the Conference for Youth, who also helped us create this register up to the point where the government asked us to get access to this registry so that people could get there and learn where their most or their nearest response center was. This initiative started as soon as the emergency started, and our registry was actually better than the government's, and that's why they started using ours. Chucao, my company, is a science and technology startup for the prevention and adaptation to extreme climate events. We started working with floods, fires, and now we are also working with mudslides. We work with AI, with geographical systems, and only with systems that incorporate ancient indigenous knowledge depending on the situation. We also incorporated the participation of children and the youth, and we are creating a chatbot where women, girls and women, because they are 14 times more vulnerable in extreme climate disasters, and they can report in real time if a tree fell, if there's any weird behavior of birds or animals. And we are creating these models for free to their communities. And then we enter this information in our own systems, and we can inform this to companies who are having losses due to disasters, which help us fund this so that the communities have the systems for free. And in this way, we also have a profit for the private sector, which sometimes are the ones who worsen the situation. And this way, we can help them get or apply nature-based solutions, and we can have a better community management of disasters or potential disasters. Now we are also looking for financing and creating a team to create a cell phone application so that children and the youth can use the application in schools and map in schools and communities, map their territory to recognize or acknowledge risk. So if there is any risk, they will see a dragon egg, and if the danger is too big, they will see the whole dragon. So we can complement their reactions to some of the information we have, and then we can get together and analyze what to do in case of disaster, what measures we can apply to better manage the disaster from also by a diversity point of view. So there's a lot of work that we can do with ethics, with the support of local government. And it's important that this is something that is sustained over time. Because now we have a community and an agro-industrial sector who has a lot of losses due to climate change.
Thank you for your answers. Now we're going to have a space for the audience participation because now we will give them the chance to address the panelists. So, who would like to break the ice and ask the first question? Hello, good afternoon. Excellent presentation. I am Martin Tinoco from Mexico, and I would like to ask Isis, how have you been able to link? And for the rest, of course, because knowledge generation from citizens is very important. But how does this relate to the subnational level? How can you sell this knowledge to the mayor's office who needs to respond immediately in the face of natural disasters? How can we provide the information to subnational governments and mayor's office? And how do you think the subnational governments can generate? Because sometimes you think of generating programs, training programs, at the national level should be a country goal, but also subnationally, the government could make proposals. So, what are your ideas about this? Thank you. One of our focus points, apart from government, are local governments, and we stand out in this sense. Local governments are the first responders. They have the registries of the population, the most vulnerable ones, which area in their community is more exposed to risk because they should have performed prospective environmental impact studies. There are two laws, the SINAPRED law and the climate change law. They are required to create plans locally to manage climate change and integral plans of disaster response. And the plans do not include professionals as part of the local governments to do it. And this is being called for bid. So consulting firms can come in and the rest. We think that disaster risk plans and guidelines have to include the communities. When you leave this in the hands of consulting firms or other companies, they only use the scientific model. Also, the country models are barely scientific models without considering socioeconomic aspects of the territory and building the program with the community at risk. So we create the risk plans, the climate change plans with the community, integrating them in every step and in every of the specificities. It's not the same to determine how elderly population would be affected and or how young girls will be affected. We have to consider that when we build these solutions. And in this case, the Viña del Mar and Quipó municipalities are interested that because we have the climate resilience school from girls from 14 onwards, and we educate them in environmental issues and disaster risk. We teach them to map the risk. We teach them to interact with our software, and we teach them soft skills so that they know how to report when a disaster is happening. If there's a fire, focus how to evacuate, how to report it. If the alarms do not sound, do not go off, they are taught what they should do to trigger the protocols and also how we are going to evacuate the population. There are many successful projects by the UN involving women, such as early alert in the face of disaster, especially in the Caribbean basin. It has been used for hurricanes. And according to that same rationale, we think that educating women and girls, we will provide climate solution. Educating girls is a climate solution, empowering them and giving them the tools so that they know what to do with their devices, or in the community knowledge, how to evacuate or who to contact. Well, they have to know this very clearly because although they do not have that, if they don't have the knowledge, they are at risk of losing their lives and their homes. It has to be the key of territory management. Local governments have to be the entry door for integral plans. Thank you for the question. I will share two notions from the risk management standpoint. First, a project called Community Maps. This is a very interesting methodology by which we train the risk and disaster management stakeholders and community organizations by way of an stakeholder mapping. We generate maps, analog maps of cartography. This is not participatory mapping. It is not social cartography, where in a collaborative, intergenerational manner, we map the historic precedents and where they are located according to the community perception, the most recurrent and impactful event on individuals. This project was started 2 weeks ago. We are going to reach out to 67 municipalities, and in 2 years, 300 municipalities in Colombia by training the members of the municipalities for them to escalate this methodology at larger scale. So it is interesting because we include IT and technologies to systematize data. We are working on an AI solution that would allow us to scan the maps in order to take the data and vectorize them so that they can be used by the city councils. The idea of the maps is that the information, because the idea is that this information and participation of communities be used for advocacy. If a map is not useful, if it does not become part of public policy, so by supporting the reduction directorate that is headed by Director Maria Mesa in the training of municipal councils, this information allows to update the municipal plans for risk management and the structuring of risk reduction projects in the community. So at this time, we are having a pilot experience to reach out to 300 municipalities. I think it is a very interesting methodology. And the other process that we awarded yesterday, we are carrying out a project to finance community monitoring projects and nature-based solutions in the communities conducted by networks of youths and children. We granted financing to 6 projects this year. Next year, we are going to replicate this and increase the amount of financing for two purposes: promote and strengthen the organization of youth and empower youth organizations so that they can structure their projects and execute them in their territories. Thank you, Anna Isis. And does anybody have a question? We are going to have the 2 questions and then they will be answered. Thank you. My admiration for Isis. I have known her for a long time, but she is always surprising me with her knowledge. I want to ask the 2 institutions, and it is very linked with what Tremendas is doing. What are the guidelines that you are working on to reduce risk with an intergenerational and gender approach? Because gathering data is okay, but are there any maps that show us how to know how intergenerational and gender risk reduction approaches work? Are you doing anything about managing or gathering data, managing risk? What are the strategies along those lines? Hello, I am Juan Guerrero. I am from Dominican Republic. My question is for the panel. I like the fact, firstly, that I liked your intervention and what you said that we cannot stop an event at the level it has reached, but we can know how, when, and how strong it will be in order to reduce the risk and prevent. So that is my question. We are discussing risk prevention. But youth have suffered catastrophe and children who have suffered catastrophe from your institution. What types of actions do you have as public policies to manage the youth who have suffered such a crisis, or in case they suffered trauma, economic losses? What are your effective plans to address those situations? Can you repeat your question? My concrete question is, for the youth who have already suffered a catastrophe and are suffering sequelae, what types of actions do you adopt? Do you have a public policy for that? Thank you. The first question, that was about the gender intergenerational approach. Before I mention what we are doing, I want to put on the table that the national risk management system is a system that has always had a very masculine approach. Risk management historically has had the approach of assistance, and the focus has been on public force, law enforcement. Law enforcement has been managed by men. This approach towards the answer has historically made disaster assistance to react in the face of the emergency without knowing the processes to reduce knowledge. A study was carried out based on budget allocations to identify where the risk management budget had been invested. And I don't have the exact number top of mind, but it was more than 85% aimed at disaster assistance, 10% to risk reduction, and 5% to knowledge. Knowledge is part of the process and the identification, all the monitoring, but it is also part of the education approach. And historically, we have not had financial support for it or state focus. But what are we doing now? I wanted to make this comment so that you understand where we are in the area of risk management in Colombia. So what are the actions that the unit is carrying out? Coming from a system that is affected by a masculine approach from the Secretary General, we have moved forward in the entity in the area of gender approach. If you do not have a gender approach, it will be very difficult for us to serve emergencies and structure programs and projects that are gender approach. This has been defined by the International Cooperation Office and the local office through training of directors as the first action to have from the leadership of the organization the understanding of the gender approach. We lead the information and training plan and the school programs for risk mitigation, and this is organized by the education department. This is a matter of intergenerational approaches and a gender standpoint. We work with parents, professors, children, youth to identify and take caring of the community and the young. Apart from that, the psychosocial support for the youth who have suffered disasters, we have great challenges into the future to improve psychosocial assistance in the case of disaster. Right now, there is a social management team. This is the social national action plan that reduces risk and strengthens us from the community standpoint, not only how we help the psychosocial aspect in these young, but how they can improve their lives and access education, health, and work. I would like to refer to the first question from the idea apart from following variability of climate for boys and girls. We are in charge of generating the climate change scenarios and deliver the communications on climate change to the authorities. We have the Civic Authority project that is focused on transparency, climatic transparency. And with this project, we have focused not only on gender, but the intersectional approach, also on anemia and different instances that have an impact. This kind of projects and results allow us to see how not only emissions, which are differentiated, but also the adaptation to climate change is not the same for men and women or for the same ethnias. So we have been working with that approach, intersectional approach, that enables to provide the country the tools to understand how such a diverse country like ours moves forward. This is the Civic project, and the focus line is that the one that I described. It is the INEA does not generate public policies. And within the process of risk management, it stands at the first tier of the agenda. And this is a cycle. This is not a linear project. There is an alert, management occurs, the assistance is finished. It is a feedback loop. And for us, it is very important with people, populations suffering disasters. And for us, we think we have to understand from our experiences and work to prevent and monitor such events in different municipalities suffering the impact of the Iota hurricane. People were left with fear and very sensitive, and they were afraid when it rained. So part of the call made by the communities and the call that they made to us, well, they said we were not warned, we didn't know, and if they did warn, we had no access to the channels to learn about it. So the effort in the last 2 years have been to work with that population and understand what type of information they need and how, in what format, because we have learned that scientific dissemination and delivery of information differs from a child to an adult, ethnic group, or one region or the other. And this is not just about language, because clearly they needed to receive the questions in Creole or in English to feel closer to the information. We only build on what the communities narrate to us. That is why the director who spent this whole year working in workshops with schools, students, and government institutions carried out a truly pedagogical project. One of them in San Andres, in the case of tropical storms, they learned that there is 24/7 monitoring, and that we would allow them to have an audio with information, official information about what to do. Fake news in climate change is one of the big struggles, to tell them this is the official channel. There's a lot of fake information. What do you want to have? A little figure that dances, that sings. The important idea is that they know that there are storms. Thank you. Very clear. We have many gaps about what you mentioned. What happens afterwards with the affected population? We need to think globally and act locally. I have a grant for the International Migration Organization. We are creating policies that do not exist. For example, the countries that are going to disappear, where are we going to relocate them? With what culture? With what education, health, or the rest? This is not being discussed in public or in national or international policies. Education. We know that disaster mitigation has to be discussed since the kindergarten stages. We have stories for children, storybooks about disaster. And we know how to do it because through the oral tradition, we learn about these issues. But it has to be the same for young children or not so young children. This has to be a conversation that we need to repeat from one cup to the next. Thank you. I'm from SIAM, an NGO to preserve biodiversity and ecosystems. The response to these scenarios, post-disaster scenarios, we apply coaching targeted at individuals and groups in order to support children and youth during the time they need support and achieve resiliency in the face of such scenarios. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for our amazing speakers. And this conversation has been incredible. Now, I will give the floor to Marta Alejandro from Mexico, an economy student, and also part of an international organization, UN IMEX, and from the ECO team from Mexico, and the CCJ from the Mexican state. Thank you very much, everyone, and the incredible speakers. We will start a game, and we will ask you all here to stand up. I know there are many things on the floor, so we can move them to the side. We will create a circle and start with this methodology for all of us so that we can change a little bit the mood today and play in a dynamic game. You can also use your chairs and create a circle with the chairs and around it, but the intention here is to open dialogue.
Para poder aperturar diálogos más empáticos, más tolerantes y también para abrirnos en cuanto a nuestros sentires y nuestros pensares. En esta ocasión vamos a utilizar la metodología de los círculos.
Now we will use the circle methodologies of the ancient communities of North America. We only have 10 minutes for the game, but actually these circles are carried out for 6 to 7 hours, depending on the number of people. So we will work very quickly. This is frailejón. This is a symbol here in Colombia. What we do is to put a sentimental object, an object of high sentimental value in the middle. And then I will make a triggering question. If you want to be included in the dynamic, you will make a step forward, take the frailejón, and answer the question. So this is an opportunity to show or to express how you feel, and also an opportunity to listen to others. Once your participation is over, you leave the frailejón again in the middle and leave the room for another person to engage in the activity. The first question is today, right now, whatever age you are, what are the difficulties that you will face in the communities where you live in case of a natural disaster? I will start. To give you an example, I am taking the frailejón. I'm going to take my seat, and I will tell you that I am part of a rural economy in the state of Mexico, which is one of the states of the country of Mexico. And there, the youth suffers greatly because we are surrounded by mountains. So there are a lot of slides and too many forest fires. So the community needs to organize to put off the fire, to control the fire. And sometimes the youth is affected because we need to cross over the mountain to go to school. So the youth doesn't have the knowledge to put off fire. People who live near the mountain needs to move. We need also to help people in this displacement. And thirdly, it also affects our schooling and also our access to water. Sometimes water doesn't make this to the school, and also our surroundings get affected. Also, in the case of youth, love diversity is important. We cry for the forest that we are losing in the fire, but also nature cries for its suffering due to these disasters. And we suffer because we cannot enjoy the nature that surrounds us. And also eco-anxiety, because too many young people have eco-anxiety for watching their surroundings being destroyed. And this is one of the difficulties and challenges that we have due to being part of the youth and being vulnerable. If anyone else wants to participate, so the question again is, with your age and in your community, what are the adversities or difficulties that you face? Please, barely 30 seconds per people. I am from the Amazon, and we haven't spoke about what we do in case of risk of flood, for example, in the Amazon. I am from a local community, and we work a lot with indigenous people, and that's where floods really affect people. Indigenous peoples do not have toilets or bathrooms, so they need to cave holes. And when, in case of floods, all their feces would come out from the soil, and children are there. And this is something very sad and unhealthy because they cannot even have security in health or food security because the flood takes the crops of these populations, and the most affected are always children. Anyone else? We have space for one additional intervention. Thank you. Hi, my name is Adrian from Paraguay. I think I would like to highlight two things. One of the things that affects Paraguay is the lack of participation of the youth in decision making. Historically, we have not been able to work, for example, with the Ministry of the Environment, which is something that we have succeeded in doing just this year. And we need to strengthen our participation and to be considered in decision-making processes. We are the ones that will suffer the consequences of the decisions made today in the future. And as you mentioned, the Amazon community, Paraguay is a Mediterranean country. We are extremely vulnerable to climate change, and the authorities do not take into account the vision of the youth in climate change matters, and they prioritize the vision and the perspectives of the private sectors or other stakeholders whose political interests are sometimes perverse. Thank you. I think, and also so that we are able to accommodate the room for the next panel, I would like to thank the speakers and everyone here today for your participation in the space. We all deserve a great round of applause. This was an incredible session. And I invite the panelists and the speakers to take a picture. If you all also want to join the picture later, you are welcome. Thank you very much.
que se llama una conservación basada en los
called Conservation Based on Indigenous and Afro-Descendant Rights in the Biosphere Reserves of Latin America and the Caribbean. And we will open the floor with a small or a humble spiritual permission. Sunset, we are here today bringing the voices of our Mother Earth in harmony. With your permission, in the fourth direction, to the fourth elements of dirt. Mamayaco, Taintahuana, Taintamira, Pachamama, Mother Jacom, Spiritum of our biospheres, Spirit of Biosphere and Mother Earth, please bring us and give us harmony in our words to bring the voices of our mothers, not for claims, but to create harmony with the earth and with our mother, and for all our sisters speaking here. May they have open doors, just as the rivers that come into the Amazon and the Andes, and that the strength of our grandparents direct us in harmony from the voices of our heart. Thank you very much. I have the honor to be here sitting right next to strong women from different parts of the world with incredible wisdom. So I'm going to ask that we speak about gender imbalances. So we will ask our colleague to join us here also. I will introduce Ms. Lidia Brito, the General Director for Natural Sciences in the UNESCO. It's a great honor to have you here, Deputy Director. Thank you very much and good afternoon. I would like to tell you that being here with Mirna again, it's a great personal pleasure. And also to have the opportunity to participate with you speaking about such an important topic, which is guaranteeing rights and developments, two things that go hand in hand. And before a more formal intervention, I would like to acknowledge, first of all, you, Mirna, the president of the Pawanka Fund and the first vice president of FILAC. We have shared a very long but beautiful day. And we have continued with the work we started in Montevideo, and I'm very glad to see that this work keeps on moving further. And I would also like to acknowledge Ms. Florina Lopez, President of the Latin America and Caribbean Indigenous Group Associations. I would also like to acknowledge Mr. Garcia, the President of the Iberomat Network. Latin America and the Caribbean have the strongest network in biosphere reserves, and you are always a step further from other networks, so it's a pleasure to meet you. I would also like to thank the Abayayala Fund and the Indigenous Council of Central America and all of you participating here in the audience, in the room, and in our online space. I speak Portuguese, but I will speak in Spanish. And I am very glad that being in Colombia, I have the opportunity to speak in Spanish. The first thing I would like to highlight is that human rights and that the rights of indigenous peoples are fundamental aspects of sustainable development. It's impossible to have sustainable development without rights. The frameworks for these rights help us work in a more inclusive manner and based on rights. However, the application of sustainability based in rights is still a challenge. In 2017, the UNESCO retook its commitment with the Declaration of the United Nations on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples through their policy and informed consent, self-determination, and the right not to be displaced from their territory, pursuant to Article 10 of the United Nations Declaration. However, the conditions of inequality and discrimination still affect the activities of UNESCO, especially at local level. So we wonder how we can work together so that we improve inclusion, we increase inclusion, and we can guarantee that UNESCO activities involved with indigenous people can be applied and executed in an inclusive and respectful way. How can we guarantee that the voices of indigenous people are heard and taken into account in all levels? The problem between men and biosphere reservations, which are already 134 in Latin America and the Caribbean, force us to face this issue. The UNESCO, together with the LabsMath network and the network in Latin America and the Caribbean of the Recuperación Internacional Agency, the Indigenous Forum Dabayala, the Indigenous Women Network for Biodiversity, and the International Forum for the Development of Indigenous People of America, Latina, and the Caribbean, held a series of intercultural dialogues that united and gathered organizations of indigenous people, governmental officials, and people working with biosphere reserves to discuss how to implement the rights of indigenous peoples and Afro-descendants in the biosphere reserves of Latin America and the Caribbean. In total, 6 meetings were held with more than 700 participants from different countries. It resulted in a framework for action identifying actions to improve inclusion and the application of the rights of indigenous peoples and Afro-descendant people. This framework was organized around 6 topics: right to the planet and the territory, training of the indigenous people organizations and the interested parties, social, economical, and cultural rights, and women and indigenous women rights. That's why it's so good to have so many women here with us. Since 2024, we are developing tools and methodologies to apply the framework for action with the IberoMap network. The member states of the UNESCO are working to improve inclusion in biosphere reserves and thus improve its efficiency in the conservation of biodiversity. IberoMap Network has created a network of Afro-descendant people, and the Brazil counterpart has celebrated a series of dialogues to implement the framework in its reserves. the Chilean committee has revised the framework to improve its collaboration with indigenous people. It's such an honor to participate in the session organized with the indigenous people to share the framework for action and continue the dialogue on the challenges that indigenous people face, as well as on the solutions that they already have in place for conservation, development, and sustainable development. Thank you for your collaboration, for having the commitment, the courage, and the time to continue these dialogues on the framework to continue our action. Thank you very much for being with us today.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Lydia. And we want to highlight that we were able to do it with UNESCO and the leadership of somebody who has the vision and the commitment to increase inclusion. Thank you, Lydia. And as Lydia said, this has really been a collaboration with numerous partners. And it is a pleasure for me to introduce the president of the RME Black, who has been throughout this process, the main technical advisor, Florina Lopez. You have the floor. Good afternoon. First, I would like to thank you for inviting me into such an important session for Indigenous women and Indigenous peoples. We are seeing how Indigenous peoples are fighting to be recognized in our rights on different areas and mostly in the world, the global framework and the 23 goals we consider very important, but that there are certain goals that we prioritize as a priority for Indigenous peoples. Goal 22, that has been part of our work, and this workshop has the objective of analyzing and advancing with all the organizations present. And I want to welcome those who are in an alliance, because alliances are very important, and because of the fight for our rights, we need allies along that road to recognize all the work that has been carried out. But we will continue collaborating for us to deliver on the framework that has been adopted in this effort that we have conducted with the networks that are part of the process. We want to welcome each one to this space, and that each one of you may feed back on this project, because we need more input, we need more criteria and alternatives to increasingly improve the work that we have been conducted to acknowledge the rights that are in international conventions, but the will of the states sometimes do not materialize it. And in this effort, it is very important for us, and delivering on this great objective is very important. So I want to acknowledge the work and alliances that we are strengthening every day, increasingly more, and that we may continue working for a better world. Thank you. Thank you, Florina. The Iberomap network is a network that represents governments of countries, Ibero-American countries and Caribbean countries. And today we have the president of the Iberomap network, who was a promoter and very important partner in these dialogues and in the action framework. So it is a pleasure for me to give the floor to Daniel Ricardo Garcia, the head of protected areas of ICF from Honduras and the president of the Iberomap Network. Thank you, Serena. Good afternoon, everyone. It is a pleasure for me to share this opportunity with wonderful leader women, advocates for fundamental rights that ensure a more sustainable future for all. From the Iberomap Network, we are pleased to share this brief space with you and make brief comments about the process to meet or to reach the implementation of the action framework, because it is an instrument that allows us to guarantee the implementation of indigenous rights. Firstly, we are going to make a very important comment because this is a biodiversity framework discussion. It is important to recognize the role of the indigenous territories in preserving biodiversity. We conduct a technical scientific analysis about the relationship between landscape integrity and indigenous territories, and there is a territorial or spatial coincidence where we have preserved spaces in Latin America and the Caribbean, and we also have indigenous peoples present. So we may conclude that indigenous peoples have lived in harmony with nature, in peace with nature, in time. But also, we have conducted analysis on the main threats and issues because we have recognized that indigenous territories are fundamental spaces to preserve biodiversity, culture, cosmovision, tradition of the peoples, ensure a sustainable development model. But that development model, sustainable development model of the indigenous peoples, is also threatened, facing great difficulties and challenges. And some of the difficulties come from the pressures on the hoarding or illegal occupation of their territories, and with that, the loss of culture, the loss of tangible and intangible property of indigenous and Afro descendants. And we have analyzed also what has been the degree of impact and some of the main causes in Latin America and the Caribbean that have to do with the productive models. The advance of extensive farming, agricultural production, mining, and other practices that develop in an unsustainable manner, and such practices is destroying the very important value of indigenous knowledge that ensures or poses a role model for sustainable development in the reservation. Those pressures and threats are very closely linked, evidently, to population growth. The population growth and the trends tell us it will continue similarly in similar levels in the forthcoming 50 years. And we have 2 decades globally in which we have experienced population growth by 1.7 billion. But also, aside from population growth, there has been a growth of the economic development model based on excessive consumption, by which excessive consumption requires increasingly more natural resources, more raw materials, and combining population growth with these resource demands, there is an impact on the areas preserved in the biosphere and indigenous territories In many nations, in many countries, the territories outside the protected spaces have very little availability of resources. So there has been growth of pressure towards the preserved areas and areas that have preserved the indigenous territories and the formally protected areas. That degree of hoarding has been determined in Mesoamerican countries, and the pressure on those territories, or the likelihood of being occupied and subject to deforestation, is increasing. The pressure is tremendous, and we have challenges, great challenges to overcome. We have important challenges, and only with the serious commitment of government administrations, management committees, networks, focal points, the institutions that represent each one of the biosphere reservations, and articulation and solid synergy with other entities, cooperation entities, and state institutions that work in protecting the territories, biodiversity, the rights of indigenous peoples. We have increasingly greater challenges given the trend, as I mentioned before, of population growth and of an economic development model that is not very sustainable. And we have to reflect on co-responsibilities where this is not an isolated matter, but obviously it has a direct link with a model that has overexploited natural resources, and countries, nations have differentiated responsibilities, and this is an effort that we have to articulate among all entities to achieve protection, effective protection of the territories. And the future challenges indicate that it's not only protection, but also recovery and restoration of spaces, because the trends are still critical. And therefore, in the framework of this space, the action framework for the implementation of the rights of indigenous peoples is a very important tool. And from the network, we are trying to promote in each one of the countries with biosphere reserves. It is a pleasure and to share this with you, but we know that we have an enormous task ahead. Thank you. Thank you, Danielle. I want to acknowledge what you're saying about the challenges that we can only face together. I am pleased to introduce Myrna Cunningham King. I think most of you have met her before, and she has supported us for many years in the process of preparing a UNESCO policy on collaboration with indigenous peoples and also indigenous peoples. I will tell you what she does. She does many things, but today she is visiting us as the Paguanca Fund president and the first vice president of FILAC. Myrna, you have the floor. Thank you. Thank you for having me in this activity. Firstly, I would like to greet you on behalf of my people. I want to dedicate this activity to men and women of the biosphere reservations in my country, in our region, who, as Daniel mentioned, are facing enormous challenges, especially because a large part of the population consider these empty areas, or they don't understand how come indigenous peoples, our own large territories and do not share them with other people who are not indigenous. I want to devote this session to them because precisely this week we are commemorating 38 years of autonomy of indigenous peoples and Afro-descendants and ethnic communities, and that makes up 50% of the territory of Nicaragua where biosphere reservations exist. We are discussing this action framework, and I would like to put a frame to it in two specific areas. First, the framework seeks to put into practice the UNESCO policy for their work with indigenous peoples, a policy that recognizes the rights of indigenous peoples, the right to participate, that indigenous peoples have the right of indigenous peoples to make decisions that are linked to their different forms of life. And combining those policies with the other rights that we have recovered, such as the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, Convention 169 of the ILO, and the framework for the approval of the Montreal framework as a consequence of the advocacy of our brothers in this forum who will give us tremendous happiness after they are finally approved to become a body, and the approval of the 8J article. This approval is part of that effort to truly transform biosphere reservations in our region in an innovative model, a creative model in which indigenous peoples may effectively continue enjoying the rights to the territories, their knowledge, and solve the conflicts with the state in very appropriate cultural conditions. The second innovative notion of this process is precisely the participatory aspect. More than 300 individuals participated from government, indigenous organizations, communities, academia, indigenous organizations, women, youths from 26 countries in different regional meetings, sub-regional meetings of different nature, but the innovative characteristic of this process was the trust of UNESCO on women and biodiversity to be the technical leaders of the process, the alliance with the indigenous Viajala Forum, the SICA, and different actors. That participatory process not only was about words, but reflected the need to build alliances. The result of a declaration, the action framework, and the mechanisms, additional mechanisms. The statement here is essential because it recognizes traditional knowledge and practices from the indigenous peoples, as Daniel has mentioned, in the sense that we are not making up an administration model of indigenous people from top to bottom, but they arise from the recognition that those reservations exist because indigenous peoples have applied their knowledge and practices, and they have governance models that are customary historically that have enabled them to maintain those spaces. Secondly, obviously, the declaration recognizes the need to ensure participation, very inclusive participation, individuals with disabilities, different age groups, women, different stakeholders as a fundamental element that is reasserted in declaration, but the action plan, the action framework has 7 theme areas. Among them, well, they start with the one that is most dear to indigenous peoples, the right to property, the right to use and enjoy resources, preserving them in the traditional forms. And it points out tasks and indications such as mapping of resources, mapping with a cultural approach. So in our case, and even women in the mapping, they identify potential violence risks in the areas with different resources. And of course, the right to the territory defines a fundamental task, that is to continue moving forward in delimiting and identifying indigenous territories to generate conditions so that the indigenous guardians of those territories, who may be the indigenous guardian or rangers, park rangers, may have a fundamental role. Secondly, the economic and social and cultural rights. Definitely, intercultural education that includes environmental education from the early levels. Education process, as you have pointed out, not only focusing on indigenous peoples, but officials of the state, institutions who work with indigenous peoples, social rights such as intercultural health, protection of traditional medicines, the use of such traditional medicines. Another theme area, well, remember that at a certain age you need to go to your cheat sheet. Governance of reservations. If the declaration recognizes the traditional forms of governance, what the action framework proposes is that the way in which those reservations are governed cannot be defined from the outside, from the state. They have to consider the traditional governance practices and articulate. They have to explore and apply forms of conflict resolution that are based on the ways in which they have addressed conflicts culturally within the communities. So, the governance model cannot be based only on participation of men, but also the participation of women. There is another theme area, and those are environmental rights. Of course, we have incorporated this in numerous instruments. The right to a healthy environment. The Finland president from Brazil always reminds us of water and sanitation, of course, and the framework incorporates the right to water and sanitation in the reservation areas and environmental education. Organizational capabilities development. This is a central element around all the consultations. It was clearly expressed that there is a need to promote education and training processes, not only in the form of workshops or education specifically, but processes that develop our own capacities. We want to live in reservations that stand on our territories where we are the ones to develop it, and in the meetings with government officials to have them understand what it is about. So training for them and training from an intersectional approach that incorporates the rights of women, intergenerational dialogue, creating spaces where the elder may convey the traditional knowledge in that area, in this area of development of capacities, the ancestral knowledge play a fundamental role because they are the backbone of the whole framework.
Indigenous economies are also another main area. The framework also underlines that indigenous economy is also a part of the engine of community economies. And these economies should be articulated in fair terms with other forms of economy. These articulations between community economies having a fair and accessible market promoting new economic models is fundamental. But this is also related with the extractivist economy conflict. And this creates another issue in reservations and also women empowerment as another main thematic and theme area. The framework recognizes the role of women in the survival of our cultures and our indigenous knowledge, and also the role of women in the protection of water, of the forest, and traditional knowledge. And here, women empowerment is fundamental, and also the participation of women in government spaces and in community spaces. This is also part of the mechanisms created to favor the implementation of all these measures at national level. If countries do not embrace this framework, then it is very hard for it to work. And these national governments need to articulate their efforts with regional networks. So both a regional and a global articulation. And finally, something that is essential is funding. We need resources in order to achieve this. It is important to highlight this once more in this COP16, especially while recalling the 30 by 30 Calming Montreal commitment. If each region can promote an inclusive and innovative model that acknowledges the fundamental role of Indigenous people, then it might be possible to inspire others so that other initiatives to continue expanding preservation initiatives use our experience and our example. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mirna. I always learn so much from you. And I also want to thank our great panel, which understands the wisdom and the collaboration that is needed. Now, and as many of you mentioned, if this is only on paper, then this is just words. So we will speak about actions in the biosphere reserves in the indigenous territories that are related or directly linked with the framework for action. I would like to thank the panel once more, and I will ask you to change with Claudia, Cesar, and Nigel to give them also the opportunity to share their experience. Thank you very much. I know that this section will also be partially in English, so you may use your headphones. You can reach for headphones at the end of the room. We have very little time to get to know these incredibly rich examples, so without further ado, it's a great pleasure to introduce you to a leader who participated in intercultural dialogues and will share with us what the Eco-Ashanika Association is doing for the management of their territory in the Biosphere Reserve of Peru. Sergio Ramos, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. It's such a great pleasure to meet you again in this COP16. I would like to thank Serena. And we've been working in the Biosphere Reserve, which was an opportunity for us to start working with the company by request of these communities to work with the protected area, which acts as a nucleus, which is two different reserves and national parks. We have an administration contract within these protected areas, and we have a national association called ANEPAC, which includes 10 communal reserves, including biosphere reserves. So from these communities, we have a long history in the territory of having 4 principles of our indigenous work, including ANECAP and our indigenous organizations. One of them is the surveillance control in our administration contract. Here, both women and the youth participate in the administration of economic decisions in the indigenous community. We also work with bees of the communities because they succeed in preserving, and also these bees offer a service in the forests. We've been working also with many communities to highlight the value of honey. We have used modern science students combined with indigenous tradition, and this gives us a lot of ledge. One of these studies is especially related with native stingless bees. These are pollinators and indirectly seeders. And as long as we have trees, we will also have bees. And I would like to tell you that the humanity will disappear without bees. We have also been working in recovering the indigenous culture. Sometimes we are leaving culture behind, and we need to bring a lot of effort in this regard. ANECAP has a policy that was created by the companies and by the communities to empower the youth, women, and local governments, because they are also called for these joint efforts. This biosphere reserve has incorporated us, has onboarded us. Also, thank you to the UNESCO, where we were recognized on September 15th of 2021. And we were recognized by UNESCO and were also incorporated within the other member states of UNESCO. Thank you very much, Cesar. Now we will give the floor to Claudio Barelli Ascenso, who will tell us about a project in Paraguay. This is a project that we decided to implement as an action within the framework for action. As Mirna just mentioned, it deals with the importance of participatory mapping. Claudia is part of an indigenous people and she will tell us about this activity. Good afternoon, everyone. It is an honor to share the floor with you and to tell you about a tool that we've been working on in the framework for action. This has been a great challenge where we tried to put into practice all the indigenous people demands. We have created dialogue with institutions, with governments, and with UN agencies. So we have started a participatory framework working in the Biosphere Reserve of Maracaibo, and we are using adequate and adapted information through a wide participatory process with the Arabai and Awache indigenous communities. After this dialogue, we created an informed consent form and we created a methodology for the indigenous communities to participate, creating technical teams to create their own maps. We are using information technology, geographical information technology that allows us to integrate this intergenerational dialogue with the elderly and with the experts in the territories, with the youth, with the women and community leaders. I would like to show you now one of the videos that also sort of sums up our work. And we would like to tell you about how we manage to use these tools with a human right approach, involving different actions for full and effective participation. This is something that we think should be carried out in all areas of the reserve, and we will continue perfecting this instrument so that we can implement it in other biosphere reserves with indigenous communities, with Afro-descendant communities, so that we can effectively manage the territory using the mapping networks. Environmental participatory mapping. Pilot project in the Maracaibo Forest Biosphere Reserve. Thank you very much. We will now show you once more the slides with the QR code where you can access to the framework for action in Spanish. And in the meantime, I will give the floor to my colleague Nigel Croher, the leader of the program of Knowledge Systems of Indigenous Peoples in the UNESCO. Good afternoon. I will speak in English, not in Spanish, but you will have very good interpretation for that.
Our human rights, and let's do this together. And I think this is very much UNESCO's commitment, is to make that journey with you about the healing of culture, but also the healing of the land. And in that, we continue the journey of decolonization for the benefit of everyone, for the wellness. Accusing somebody of something, it's about regaining life on the planet and about reconceptualizing. So I just want to emphasize that what you're doing, I know it makes you happy, I can see that, but it's also a model to share in other parts of the planet. So congratulations, and let's look at this as a key instrument to help us move forward in the implementation of the Kunming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias. Ahí cerramos. Hay bocadillas y café, creo, al fondo para disfrutar.
Thank you, and we will close now. You can go to the next room. We will enjoy a snack. And if you could please leave here the slide for the QR code. Can we please take a picture with the speakers?
Siempre ha sido el epicentro del desarrollo y hoy en día del desarrollo sostenible. Y esta es fundamental para la base de muchas actividades socioeconómicas, la energía, la producción de alimentos, los ecosistemas y sus servicios, y para la supervivencia de los seres humanos, entre otras. Nadie es un secreto.
It's no secret that the situation of our country today is very harsh and critic. Water scarcity approximately affects 191 municipalities in the country. The situation is specifically critical in Bogota and makes us reflect on what we are doing towards and to improve biodiversity. The impact of climate change has increased rainfall with longer droughts and greater floods, which at the same time create water scarcity. A relevant figure from 2004, more than 200 municipalities and different departments have suffered this water scarcity and scarce water supply. That is why water is so important to adapt to climate change and to improve and create new ways to harness ecosystemic services. The world has started fundamental actions to attain the goals of sustainable development, especially related with water. These solutions take into account sanitation and water cycles. The goals of this space is to analyze the current challenges of the country to guarantee water safety, which is vital for the conservation of biodiversity in Andean ecosystem. Also to create strategies and incentives to have more concrete actions and public and private investments in water security projects, to share good practices and lessons learned to improve water scarcity issues and the quality of life of people in the communities. We will provide context on the water situation at national level, and we will also have a dialogue with experts on water and biodiversity in complex scenarios. And thirdly, a strategic alliance between CAP and the UNPD related with the general management of this direct resource. I invite CAR Director, Mr. Ballesteros, to illustrate us about the territorial context of the water crisis, not only in our country, but also in the Department of Cundinamarca, and also to offer a strategy of how to tackle this crisis and have new scenarios for future generations. Welcome. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for being here with us. As our excellent presenter says, our protocol chief, we will speak about the context in this first chapter. This is the national and CAR territory context, which will bring us to conclusions of our debate and of the third chapter of this act. When speaking about sustainable surroundings or ecosystems for water security and biodiversity, we are speaking about the context of our ambitious endeavors for the next 4 years. After touring all municipalities in the CAR territory and listening to more than 34,000 people, we have understood that the priority in investment and actions of the regional environmental authorities need to take a look at the conservation of strategic ecosystems and water security. The corporation has created a series of studies in previous years, and these studies have some concerning conclusions. These are focused on the 105 territories, municipalities in the CAR territory, And these municipalities have a condition of high pressure of water resources. This means that more than 50% of our municipalities, almost 60% of our territory, has a high threatened and can start suffering from water and lack of water supply, and further harm considering the evolution of climate change. Some years ago, we were called apocalyptic because environmentalists and activists only bring bad news. And we've been all year with a water crisis in the capital district and in the savannah, something that we have never seen before, which also confirms that these figures adjust to the reality. And what will happen in the future? This is a graphic image, a graphic evidence. In the Balancaima River, we were so sad when walking on this by the river after knowing what the river looked like some decades ago. This is one of the river with the greatest flows. And this reflects what happens in almost all of our superficial water resources, which have been getting drier and drier due to deforestation, agricultural activities, intensive cattle breeding, a set of conditions that have greatly deteriorated our ecosystems. The corporation has a monitoring network of 433 stations, which monitor, operate, and regulate our dam systems, the Agregado Norte and Sur, and the Chiganza system. We have added this information on the level of the dams. This wasn't news before. And this year, we are called every morning by journalists and by the citizens asking for every day's reports, for the reports for today, because we have a lot of rainfall, but the dams do not recover. And what we haven't been able to understand is that, unfortunately, dams are regulated systems that were useful, but we are also extracting higher water resources than those that we can use to recover the dams, because rainfall is lower than ever. The solution shouldn't be us thinking about alternative supply systems or thinking about building more dams or thinking about aquifers. We should be constructing and building with communities solutions that are based in nature. Some of the solutions that we have proposed for superficial waters, the greatest demand is in the domestic sector with 52%, the agricultural sector with 47%, industrial 1%, and others such as generation, mining, and entertainment less than 1%. For subsoil waters, domestic use takes 17%, the agricultural sector 72%, and the industrial 11%. This reflects that domestic consumption depends on superficial waters, which are the most affected due to the consequences of climate change and mankind interventions that have deteriorated the ecosystems. This graphic also allows us to understand how subsoil waters can work as an alternative that today is satisfying and fulfilling much of the demand for agricultural activities and domestic use. Now, to give you some of the conclusions of a study that we finished by April this year, we were studying the vulnerability of the Bogota River Basin due to climate change. We were registering maximum and minimum temperatures for the period starting in 1991 and finishing in 2023. We also measured rainfall in 77 sessions and temperature in 13 stations. And the conclusions obtained from this data are quite concerning. Our vulnerability is very high, and we will suffer issues due to the lack of supply of water. We have a high risk in all of these areas in red, and we will see other territories that have grown and have been reorganized in an uncontrolled way without the adequate planning that territories need when speaking about water resources. We will also suffer a 13.8 reduction of our water supply in 46 municipalities of the Bogota River Basin. If we add that to the increase in demand that it's estimated due to the population growth, then the water resources that we will have by 2050 will be more than 50%, a high demand. That is why we need to start applying actions. The situation of the CAR territory is no different from other departments in the national territory. The scale of effects in our ecosystems and the effect of temperatures in ecosystems such as the Paramo or moorlands and in other water basins are leading us to a crisis that the country seems not to be ready for. We are speaking about adaptation for climate change. We've been speaking for decades about the urgent need to give back benefits to environmental areas and to renew our water resources. And the only thing that we can think about is rationing and shortage. And that's why the contributions of our panelists will be so important. By our third act, I think we will be able to teach our country a way to work with nature-based solutions to tackle this water shortage crisis.
Thank you very much. I want to congratulate you for your management of time. Thank you so much. In this context, once we have the projections that our director is mentioning, it is a very important opportunity to reflect and go from theory to practice and action. Now we are going to start with the second moment. The second moment, first we will give the floor to Sara Ferreira, our representative, who will give a framework and introduction for our next panel. Thank you, Sarah. Good afternoon, everyone. It is a pleasure to have you. Sunday from Cali in COP16, what a source of pride. And I was just saying, well, you have left me a little bit discouraged because, well, it is absolutely reasonable because Alfred has presented this topic in a very deep, exceptional, compelling manner, and truly with a call to action. The world and Colombia have based their growth and development model on exploitation and overexploitation of natural resources, including water. In the most recent Human Development report by the UNDP that we have launched this year together with the government of Colombia, we see the paradox of sustainable human development. We see that the regions of the country with more human development are the ones that have lower ecologic integrity or integration, and those areas that, or those regions that have reservoirs of biodiversity in the country are the ones that have the lowest human development levels. And this is a big paradox. Where does Colombia want to go? The new path for human development should be more inclusive but sustainable in time. And what the report shows us is that great interdependence between nature, climate change, and human beings. I think that Alfred has been very didactic in explaining how human action has changed the high water resources and transformed climate. So the invitation is to think on how you cannot look at things separately. We have been talking about climate change adaptation for years. So I would say this is an invitation to think about things differently, that our relation with nature and water resources should not be taken for granted. It is a source of life, truly. And I celebrate this praise. I thank the CAR team because they have been working very hard to set forth this initiative of the region and how to support at this point in time Bogota, because Bogota is suffering a great crisis, but mostly how to think about this recovery and the solutions from the standpoint of solutions based on nature. How can we work in the water basins that 30 years ago were truly healthy and have been degraded? And the will is how from the partnership with UNDP we can support communities, because communities are at the heart. Communities are those who suffer and care and protect water sources. So the invitation is to know, to learn. We have a panel of experts. I will not introduce them because all I don't want to exclude anyone, but this is truly an unbelievable panel because they are going to share numerous opportunities that we have to think about the development model and think locally to show the COP and the world how you can do things differently. So thank you so much for supporting us. Thank you, Sarah, for your intervention. And this gives us the introduction for numerous elements. First, teamwork, the new ideas, innovation, change of paradigm. That is a need, a crucial need that we need to contribute to. So this panel will become very strategic. It is not a panel that is outstanding. It is a panel that we want the experts to give their contribution as if it were the substantial component of policies and instruments to transform and rethink about the future that we want. I want to welcome Jimenez Pushana, National Manager of the Environment and Sustainable Development of the UNDP, the moderator. I want to invite leaders, Ferruki, environmental and power leader for Latin America and the Caribbean. We welcome you. We know that you have just arrived to the COP, and welcome not only to Colombia but to this meeting. I also want to invite the director of the CARA, Alfred Ignacio Ballesteros. Please come forward and take your seat. Likewise, I would like to invite Andrea Shañez Ariza, Executive Director of the Water Fund from Bogota, Agua Somos Todos region. Also, I am pleased to introduce Sara Vilardi, Director of the National Park Initiative, Assistant Professor of the National Administration School, and an expert who shares her ideas in many spaces. And Enrique Carlos Paniagua, welcome, Enrique. Thank you very much. Expert in policies of the UNDP, advisor of Nature for Development Program, and expert in essential programs to support life. Elsa, we are highly awaiting your ideas that pursue the transformation of our territories with a vision that is national, regional, and local to resonate in the country and the world. Thank you. Jimena, you have the floor. Thank you, Jairo. Director, what a pleasure to share this panel with you. So many conversations that we've had around this topic. And well, the panel is a superb panel. I want to start with a regional comment because this problem that we are faced with, or this situation with water in the central region, but specifically in the areas that are jurisdiction of the regional area of Cundinamarca, it is not the only one of this area. It goes to other regions as well. So I want to start with my colleague Lies Feruki and ask him, what are the macro scenarios according to the UNDP? What is happening with water in the regional level? What can you share about that? And the UNDP, in that sense, after seeing the situation, what does UNDP suggest? Thank you very much, Jimena and colleagues on the panel, and obviously around the world. Good afternoon. It is a pleasure to be here with you. And as Jimena said, my role here is to give you that regional vision, and in that way we will be able to land this knowledge locally. For governments in the region, in Latin America and the Caribbean, there is something that they share. A management of water resource as a public asset is a multi-dimension. It has a social dimension, economic dimension, a human rights dimension, and for many countries in the region, from Mexico up to Argentina via the Caribbean, it has an increasingly national security dimension. It is a matter of water security, power security, and food security that connect to water management. We see this everywhere, and the director has just mentioned that there is a new profile of threats that is putting all the models of the country at risk. This is my first point. The dimension is multi-dimension. It covers all the array of developments. Secondly, we are working in a mega diverse region, a superpower of diversity, as we know, and this region contains 30% of world water reserves. But it is interesting to note that we have a lot of water, but 70% of the water and its consumption is based in the agriculture sector. Agriculture needs a lot of water, and this we have seen from the data that was presented. And it is also important to highlight that 45% of the power matrix of the region depend on hydropower. All right? So that is the second point that I want to mention, agriculture and power. Super important for country development. And the third point, maybe, I want to mention that access and distribution of water in this context is quite unequal and it depends on the geography context, but overall we can say that 20% of the population in the region of Latin America and the Caribbean does not have access to drinking water, and that is a problem. There is an unequal access in the region. This is a paradox because it is a region with a lot of water. So in the face of that, my question is, what does the UNDP do? Firstly, the vision of the UNDP to support government and the mandate is to promote an integral agenda in water management that arises from the three planetary crises: the climate change crisis, the crisis of nature, and the crisis of contamination, because that is another idea. And from that, we are envisioning the interventions on the principles of good governance and democracy, empowerment of local communities, working on resiliency and social and economic development of the country. With this vision, we are supporting countries in water discussions. What are the vehicles to support the work? I would say that there is a great portfolio of funds, vertical funds, as we call them, funds, international funds that allow us to move forward in nature management, such as the GEF, GCF, and other, the Green Fund for Climate. And these portfolios of projects allow us to work on regulatory frameworks, allow us to see to institutional barriers, laws that contradict, that allow us to work on institutional capacity, help the countries land policies locally, and also transfer of technology, contamination, pollution. It allows us to work in the area of social dialogues because it is important. Resolution or anticipation of conflicts. We use this portfolio to address water with this kind of vision. We also have other platforms, not only projects, but platforms such as the Climate Promise, or that allows us to support countries to develop their NDCs and define their climate goals and the transformations that have to occur in the sectors: agriculture, tourism, mining, in order to fulfill the climate goals. And many of these NDCs in the region emphasize the good use of the territory, the good use of natural resources. Peru's NDCs, 80% of the climate goals will be achieved by serving the threats that come from the use of land. We have national plans and strategic plans of biodiversity and BSAPs that are vehicles to guide the policies. We have national plans for adaptation. That program platform allows us to support governments. Thank you, thank you. This is super interesting. We have the vision of what is happening, and we have to address this from academia. So let's go to Sandra. You have analyzed the issue of water. I think this is your main focus in different contexts, ecosystems. And you can tell us a little bit about your reactions, about what you have seen, and also your role as Deputy Minister and the challenges for the country in terms of water resource management. Thank you, Jimena. Thank you for the invitation to the UNDP, and what a pleasure to be in this panel. I thank the director for making the presentation so clearly. And without doubt, the situation is critical, and the situation is critical. The technicians and scientists have been saying so for a long time, and we have always tried, as it was mentioned, to modulate so we don't create panic, and we wasted the time. I think that at this point in time, we have to be very serious about the situation of so much risk that we are assuming. So I thank you, Director, for your clarity and your emphasis on the situation, because that is the leadership that we need in these areas. Jimena, the issue with water is that unfortunately, because of how the administration has been evolving, we separated. We have heard that we talk about water resource, and you know that generates great concern, because we only speak of the water that we can put in a tube and use it, or in a pipeline and use it for productive purposes, when we have the economic dimension in water, and we have many imbalances in acknowledging water, green water. the invisible face, the water cycle, how water is regulated by biodiversity. So the link between evapotranspiration, water regulation in the soil, in the water pools, we have undervalued and we have wasted many opportunities because we have taken better account of water, of the rivers, and from there inwards, but nothing else. So the loss of biodiversity has not been well identified with the loss of water cycle. And I want to emphasize this because we understand regulations differently. Regulating flow is to be able to bottle it or to contain it or placing structures to control water flow. But nature, when we speak of regulation of water, that nature reduces the transformation rate of bringing down the flow rate when there is infiltration in the soil, when it is stored in the tree, and when there is evapotranspiration. We lose capacity of regulating water, and therefore what we are seeing today with the climate crisis and the loss of biodiversity is the rate of change is very accelerated. So we have waters that slur faster and that provoke disasters. We have extended droughts because the evaporation is very accelerated because we don't have any containment opportunities. So we have a very serious problem that we are not managing and we are not integrating. So we have regulation of water on one side, because regulation of water resource, and we are seeing what we do with biodiversity. You know that it has been very important for me to integrate agendas because officials are seeing these dispersion of agendas and we need to centralize them. The climate agenda, for example, integrate into biodiversity with a great cross-section that is restoration. So resources and nature-based solutions are the ones that we can bring into the discussion and in the portfolio that we understand as restoration, not only restoration of water, but also soil. This is another invisible point, the soil, the role of soil and wetlands to work on this, because in this scenario, we only speak about forests, no wetlands, no rivers, no trees. It is very residual, if you have noticed. So, Jimena, I think we have a task, a very deep task ahead. I'm sorry if this doesn't, it sounds harsh, but we need to relearn how this planet works. We've had a learning biodiversity 1.0, talking about natural resources, and we got stuck there. Industry, many public policies as well. We had biodiversity 2.0 when we started to acknowledge the flows and dependencies and ecosystemic vision, but this global biodiversity framework that we have today is 3.0, biodiversity 3.0, that is biodiversity linked to regenerative economy, restoration, ecosystemic interdependencies, and the role of nature to sustain human rights. So the task ahead is to requalify, but everybody should requalify, all of them, to understand the challenge, because if we continue speaking of natural resources and biodiversity 1.0, and in that case, academia can be of great help. Thank you, Sandra. Spectacular, the point that you're making about how difficult it is to stop looking at nature as a resources from which we extract things for our own benefit without understanding that we are part of the ecosystem that Sarah explained in the beginning, where everything is interacting, and if we don't do it correctly, we will collapse.
And I think that these two interventions by Ides and Sarah already speak about the state of the art of the current situation. Now we can start thinking about some solutions. What are our opportunities? What can we do from planning as incentives? What can we think as financial instruments? Everything that we've been discussing in COP16 to tackle this biodiversity and climate change crisis that gets reflected so deeply in the water crisis issues we have now. So for that particular aspects, I would like to speak with Andrea, the director of the water funds in Bogota. And I would like you to tell us from maybe a more optimistic perspective that you have what we can do and what is Bogota doing. Thank you very much to the UNPD and to you, Jimena. I have had a direct relationship with water, and I have seen a direct relationship between the different stakeholders in the Water Fund of Bogota. And as Sandra says, this is not only articulation, we are catalyzers. And my invitation is to continue speaking about nature-based solutions, but now nature-based actions. So my work and what we've been doing is to create practical solutions, hand-on practices with the private sector that has been demonized for a while. But this is not something good because we are all part of the basin. So we all need the private scientific knowledge to understand the situation and not only the impact. And what you are signing today with the UNPD, this MOU, is great, and it can lead us to focus on the practical aspects of the issue. Sometimes we are getting stuck due to a fear of making mistakes. We all know that we need to preserve water, to restore water resources, to work on production, but these actions fall short. And an action such as the car action is something great, and we have also started working in preventive measures. My anxiety or my great anguish is that sometimes these actions are not coming down to the ground. There are so many potential resources, and when we analyze the impact of these resources, Colombia is falling short. At the end, no one has the winning formula. I think that Colombia has a great capacity. We are leaders in this. I know projects also in Peru, in Brazil, in the Amazon, where the situation is even more challenging. And in Colombia, we are having uncomfortable conversations. We are fighting with each other, but at the end of the day, we reach common conclusions. So I'm a believer of articulation. I am part of it. And what we need to do is to offer better data. And the data cannot be offered if it's not measured. So we need to also install a trust between the private and private sector in terms of reporting. The academia and science is the basis of this articulation. We have little time, but the good news is that we have innovative financial tools such as reposition, resupplement. Sometimes someone speaks about positive water, refilling, and I am here to say, just take the decision to make mistakes, go to the ground and just try. And now to finish, because I don't want to take too much time, but we are not only suffering from greenwashing, but also green hosting, because we are afraid of reporting. So I think this is still a great opportunity. Thank you very much, Andrea. This is super interesting, and what you say about the articulation between the different stakeholders in the dialogue and the way that we need to listen to each other. Now, I would like to move on to speak with José Luis. Oh, I'm sorry, Enrique. I can go by with José Luis. I like the name. Oh, I apologize. I would actually now love to hear from you about the use of spatial planning for water-related decision making. We've heard about specific cases that you are working in Bogota, and I want to know why applying these examples is so difficult. Perfect. Thank you for the invitation, Jimena, and for being here on a Sunday. I would like to speak about how we could support in the design of water safety and water security planification in Colombia. We collaborated with the RAPE. We created an extensive analysis. We spoke about the relevance of data and having a clear perspective. And we made an analysis of the state of the art, including aspects such as water governance, water resources management, resilience in disasters, and also socioeconomic dynamics in the region. And with these dimensions, we created an index of water security. Besides that analysis of our current situation, we could identify transformative scenarios for water security. Here we took biodiversity, loss, and climate change factors, and we saw and analyzed the way in which they interact with the region. And then we also did an ELSA analysis, a prospective analysis. And what we are doing is to identify the most important areas for water in the region. These analyses can also be carried out at national level. For now, we are only trying at regional level with the best information sources that we have. And we are using this to create maps of where and what we need to do, where to restore, where to protect, and where to better manage sustainable ecosystems to also manage water resources. To this, we also add socioeconomic analysis, understanding who are the stakeholders who need to take this bull by the horns to create actions on the territory, and also scenarios that tell us what we can do, what is the best situation, and what is the reality of what we can actually do and get. And also, this analysis was the basis for the climate change public policy in Cundinamarca. What we do has a great value to see where we need to implement nature-based solutions to help water and to contribute to water security and to climate change effects. Thank you very much for contribution and to tell us about the work you did here, which was also very important for the UNPD to get sort of located and oriented in the work you are doing here, and which we will continue working in alliance with the corporations. Now, Director, we've spoke about so many things, and however, if these actions do not have public policy that accompany our suggestions, it's very difficult to enable actions that improve the environment. So how do you think these regulation frameworks are working or are functioning and what are the challenges of these frameworks for you? When you analyze regulation frameworks and take a look at the difficulties, just as Sandra said, we continue looking at different environmental management topics and themes as isolated themes. We have different programs for water resources, and biodiversity is taken care of on another side, and environment on the other side. And then regulations is sort of a sea of regulations with just a couple focuses. And we are having a hard time to land those regulations in reality. Sometimes these regulatory frameworks are designed for a stereotype or prototype of companies, of ecosystems, and we are a very biodiverse country. What happens in the Andean region has nothing to do with what happens in the Pacifico, the Guajira, or coastal areas. Economical and social political situations in the territories are very different. So to have a standardized regulation actually hinders the advancement of some projects and solutions. Sometimes, and this is comes from a very respectful place, some of our politicians have no clue on what happens in some territories. So when thinking about reinvestment in biodiversity or in ecosystems, we tackle these through policies that do not keep in mind that we need to do some of these investments in private land. And then we see that all of these deals with a lot of private endeavors. So where is that I can do some restoration? So we need to work with the authorities to take care of these regulation limitations and restrictions. Because at the end of the day, we end up doing nothing just to not get caught in a huge mess. So when we sat together to look for solutions, we saw that Colombia is not thinking about reusing great waters for human consumption. We were thinking about reusing some water for agricultural activities, and we are still very shy when starting to apply this regulation because it has some limitations and weaknesses. We could be harnessing rainfall waters, which is a great alternative water resource. And today, our urban planning and regulations do not contemplate these obvious aspect and obvious solution so that each building, whether institutional or private, could have systems to harness and to collect rainfall waters. This should be part of the norm, something mandatory. And when you were speaking about contamination and the big contamination and pollution crisis, in this regard, some things can be absurd. We have different management plans that centralize the solutions and the identification and sanitizing of some of the spills. And then this centralization was extended for 10, 20 years. And this is kind of ironic. These became new pollution licenses sponsored by the Ministry of the Environment. So I will contaminate these residual waters, which represents the biggest proportion in water contamination. And this will bring this license. And if I am told anything, I will say, I have this license for another 8 years. To say something, come back in the next 8 years, please. And that makes no sense. So our regulations need to adapt to our current climate crisis and take into account the variables that help us take a more comprehensive look to our ecosystemic problems and give us an opportunity to articulate and to have new and serious financial mechanisms. Fish in Colombia is one of the greatest preservation strategies. We are trying to copy Costa Rica's example, but we are limited here. We could do that either by respecting the annual budget or with prohibitions that don't go further than 5 years. So this is like saying to rural people who do not want to leave their land that the company will end up buying their land in the next 5 years, whether they want or not. However, if the investors were saying, I need to take part in conservation endeavors, I would like to get engaged in rural activities, how long can you guarantee that? So I can only guarantee that for 1 year. Well, but I could also get to the Directive Council and ask for an extension. So what people need to do is to give permission for other people to substitute crops, to damage the land through deforestation, and then give up their land in the next 6 years. And that doesn't work. Also referring to other countries, and water resources can also become part of national security, food security, and energy security. And this is something that we haven't taken into account. Thank you, Director, for your thoughts. And I think that we can also think of many lessons learned from other contexts, works, and maybe lives in these challenges. And I would love you to share as the last questions to our speakers here. I would like to start by you, Lides. What are the lessons learned of your work at regional level that can give us some clues in what we are going to do now in Colombia? Thank you very much, Jimena, and maybe also thinking about the last intervention by the director, Mr. Alfred. We saw a need in the region. I don't know if we can call it a lesson learned, but we have seen a trend, a big need to reorder the governance framework of the water resource, if we may. And this is true. This is the word used in all countries. And this is essential. It should be a priority to get some order at home in the frameworks, but that won't be useful if we do not have tools, information tools that support our decision making, to give some guidelines for our public policy and redirect investments. This is essential in a new world where we see a new threatened profile related to climate change, but also due to the continued degradation of natural resources and ecosystems. We can say many things, but I would like to highlight something in particular. There's a knowledge gap that we are seeing in all countries in the region, and is the lack of understanding of the cross-sectional impact of climate change and of the loss of biodiversity, especially in regions where we think or we perceive to have an abundance of water. This has serious economic consequences and also can become a trigger for conflict. And I will give you some examples. In Uruguay, in 2023, the dam that supplies water for half of the country's population had only 2.4% of its capacity in June of 2023. This was a major crisis for Uruguay. Montevideo, the capital, had no water for a whole month. And this being despite the fact that the country has a very detailed planification plan. But the hydrological system was underestimated within the long-term planification, which is what you just did. I really liked your presentation, Director. In Ecuador, you know, there's no energy, no power, and the drought created a huge water crisis that affected the country's capacity to produce energy and also is hindering the probabilities and the opportunities for the country to fulfill its NDC goals. They were heading towards 100% hydroelectric energy. And this climate promise, the program that supports ambitious NDCs, and through a new national plan of adaptation we are developing there, we are incorporating damage and loss criteria and accompanying this with a green fund to reestablish early alert systems that are more efficient.
This set of actions allows us to evaluate the cost of lacking action. What will the cost be as a country if I don't invest, and how to generate budgetary tools and debt instruments, for example, because Andrea mentioned innovative financial instruments in order to cover the financial impact and anticipate the mitigation measures. In other countries like Suriname, for example, we are supporting the government to carry out hydrologic models towards 2070 of the river in the Paramaribo Basin so that they may define adaptation measures and assess the cost of investment. I need one more minute, please. In Costa Rica, we are carrying out a climate analysis for the long term in order to review the water rates and reinvest that in reforestation project. I want to finish by saying, Jimena, that investing in sustainable development, sustainable management of water resources is a good tool because it allows us to align sectoral policies and reduce and land this alignment locally and generate multiple development benefits along all SDGs. And it's a good return on investment opportunity working on these governance frameworks. Working with the basin as a territorial unit allows you to organize that effort. Another important point is to work with transparency and produce information. This is a recommendation that applies in all countries, working to make this information transparent. I think also that we cannot continue separating nature and climate agendas. As Dr. Sandra said, it is very important to consider this, and we have to use the opportunities delivered by the MBSAPs, the national plans for biodiversity, and the NDCs. They have to go hand in hand, and we need to work with the ministries of finance in organizing such efforts. And I think that simply strengthening capacities of countries for an economic assessment of the systemic goods and services, to incorporate them to national accounting systems. What what contributes to the tourism sector is not measured, and how would the tourism sector suffer or lose if the mangroves are lost? Aquifer systems, marine life. We need to work with the economy ministries, finance ministries to align those actions. Sandra, lessons learned and reactions, because I think Colombia has not yet done much about this. I think there is a conceptual learning issue, and that is that we all talk about resiliency, and we don't know what it means, and each one, from their own individual standpoint, complex systems, resilience includes memory on the one hand and adaptation, the conversation between memory and adaptation. So, memory of water management, we have very interesting things at different scales that we need to attach value to, and it has to be tied to the diversity of memories. So, in the territories, we have many forms of reservoirs, aqueduct instruments, water management instruments at different scales that we have to consider how they are behaving in the face of the climate crisis. But that has to go hand in hand with innovations in order to understand the challenges that they will be facing according to climate variability and its expression in every territory, because it will differ. And at that point, it will be very important to have data and have data at the scale that is needed. And we don't have this across the country, so it is very important. What you have in La Mojana, that La Mojana has the observatory, what climate observatory, and in places like Santa Marta, Cincelejo, Villavicencio, we lack such data, and these cities have good, very large water challenges. So data are fundamental to activate memory and put it to the test with innovation instruments, data, and also experiments. We we stall our actions when it comes to experiment. Colombians have an issue, and that is that if it has to be perfect. So proposals take years. Instead of saying, let's do pilots with monitoring in order to understand whether it is working or not and where it is not working, and that is a systemic, methodological, and rigorous approach. That is, we have difficulties in doing it, Jimena, and probably it's because we only have one official with that capacity in the corporation. So memory adaptation has to do with capacities. We have less than 6,000 public officials in this country in environment, less than 6,000. And this includes the Ministry of Environment, Institution of SINAP, National Parks and Corporations. With that number of officials, it is impossible to face the climate and biodiversity challenge. It is impossible. If something should be happening at this time of transitions towards the world that we will have to face, is to strengthen the capacities in environment and articulation with Ministry of Housing. Otherwise, we will not be able to achieve it. With 6,000 officials, we will not make it. We try to fill in with service providers who are great people, but there is no learning from the institutional standpoint. The capacities do not stay. So the challenge of a country like ours and many countries in the region is how to strengthen the environmental capacities to face the three agendas, because we will not achieve it with the number of officials that we have. And then qualification. So it is not a lesson learned, Jimena, but it is an approach that we need, because people are exhausted. We are exhausted. We need to double our efforts. Thank you, Sandra. And I really like that focus of the question, or refocusing of the question on the challenges. So this would be the question for you, the challenges from the institutional mission that you have. Around learnings, I have learned during the last 6 years is how humble data are. I invite you not to think in private, public, institutional egos, but ecos. Communication, absolutely complex. To have everybody communicate at the same time. And if they don't do it, I face a discussion with the communities, because it is very difficult. I don't know whether you have watched a movie called Don't Look Up, and it said that the decisions on environmental issues are being made from top to bottom. But when we incorporate that fact that investment comes from the bottom to top, everything flows. Of course, we make mistakes, and we have to measure errors. Why not measure errors? We have made errors in the programs where we had inefficient actions, and we could have measured that. So the humbleness of data is the first learning. Being humble. We are wrong. Let's move on. Secondly, creativity that has scared me, and I don't know why. Creativity in financial terms. I will not name companies because I cannot advertise them. But in Colombia, we are super creative to create financial innovation models with brands, endless opportunities. When companies look at cash flows, they'll see that they are invested uh, in water, and that is impacting my profit and loss statement. So achievements based on science, identifying the causality of not investing in water and putting my company at risk, not only physical risk, but or material risk, but reputational risk. And also very interesting, not fearing. As a director of a water fund, I have gone through many funds. I will never articulate or invest on my own, even if my life goes into that. And I have learned this from different people. Yes, I don't want to talk about governance because the notion is very complex, but I see that that is working. So those are my learnings. I leave you with that. I have another question that I would like to explore, and I know that you have discussed this about financial innovation that you mentioned. This week, we've had conversations in the COP about how to mobilize resources to achieve the biodiversity goals and in water management issues and in terms of labor and water resources. Anyway, there are very interesting opportunities to bring together different sectors. What are the challenges to bring in private investment, bank investment to projects that will help us manage water in the territory? I feel that we have made progress in that, at least in disrupting myths and paradigms. We have understood that we have to articulate with the private sector, but something important, the private sector has understood that they have an obligation that goes a little bit beyond the traditional environmental corporate responsibility. And in our territory, we have understood that without appropriate water resource management, we will never have. No activity will be profitable or feasible. It is not a cost, but rather an investment to generate actions with the institutional sector or individual actions to reconvert with sustainability. We have to be creative to look for alternatives and strategies to also achieve modification of the financing structures that we rely on today for certain activities and specific projects so that they guarantee what we were discussing. Sustainability in time outside these restrictions that regulations and budgetary uh, restraints place on us. And the role models, the model of funds is something that we should work towards. Funds that feed on public resources, private resources that are voluntarily provided, but also hopefully regulatory initiatives that are able to generate rates or resources that are permanent. And I just want to set an example to not delay this. The La Calera communities, analyzing with them related issues to the availability of direct resources and water availability. They said, well, why should we put up with the burdens and the persecution of authorities, environmental environment, because we are in a buffer zone and they restrict our agricultural activities that are restricted because we are above 3,200 meters so that the people downstream may enjoy access to water. How can we generate and build in Colombia financing structures so that suddenly in the aqueduct rate, there could be an offsetting rate for the systemic or environmental services delivered those by those who are upstream? I think it is a challenge that we have to build little by little, but the big benefit and positive experiences that we have learned about working hand in hand and articulating public-private investment and efforts based because of numerous reasons. We have overcome our hurdles, and now we know that we need each other and that any strategy is better if we articulate in our work and also if we work with the communities. And that has been the other big learning in the last few years. We have understood that solo projects by agencies or public authority or government organizations do not work if we don't strengthen the communities, if we don't consider the communities, if we don't improve the governance processes along the way. Thank you, Director. In order to finish with this panel, Enrique, the three learnings from this discussion about spatial planning. What are the key recommendations to approach this issue and include water in this process? Thank you. The first one is that spatial planning is fundamental to align sectoral agendas. If without integral planning that considers biodiversity, climate change, water, social challenges, and the rest, we will be unable to move forward because we are going to have numerous forces pushing individually without agreeing a common action. That challenge has to be faced. This is the register that moves forward, and that is excellent. But such analyses are absolutely fundamental. Also, I would say we need to integrate it into public policy because sometimes we have magnificent analysis and excellent data, and in public policy they are not reflected. And if they will not be reflected on the public policy document, it should be reflected then as the geospace analysis that will support the policy and then implemented, of course. I am from Costa Rica. That we say that we twist the tail of the pig. We have discussed the challenges with the private sector, in situ individuals having financing that is needed, implemented with the communities and the rest. We have to create that virtuous cycle for things to actually happen. Thank you, thank you. This has been an excellent panel. Thank you, colleagues. Director, I think we will focus on that last phrase. We are in the implementation COP. We are running out of time and we have to strengthen our partnership. Thank you.
Bueno, buenas tardes. Y ya siguiendo con nuestro...
Good afternoon. In order to go on with our next moment, I want to invite Sarah Ferrer and the director. And the director for the formal signature of this strategic alliance. This is the folder. Thank you. Very well. I invite our panelists to attest this very important time. I invite Sarah and the director. We'll briefly read the document that we are going to sign today. sustainable environments around water between the UNDP and the National Cundinamarca Autonomous Organization. It is carried for between the UNDP, a subsidiary body of the UN, an intergovernment organization established by the member states of the venue in New York, and the Autonomous Corporation of Cundinamarca, and they will sign as UNDP and CAR Cundinamarca. This will establish a technical and financial synergy that will seek to joining administrative, financial, operational resources for the implementation, optimization of the strategy of water security actions. The agreement will last between 2024 and 2027 with 30 community organizations under the cargo jurisdictions through the implementation of the project Sustainable Environments Around Water by the Preservation and Management Agreement to manage water with the communities based on restorative processes. For this purpose, we look forward to develop the following components: the most resilient territory with nature-based solutions that have been implemented, communal actions focusing on preservation of ecosystems and integral management of water resources, systems of hydrometeorology alert for the car that is optimized with a community reporting facility and structured effort for territorial resiliency. The product of this will be focused on water supplying systems by working with almost 330 community-based organizations. The project will be financed by the CAR, $12.7 million, the UNDP, $13 million in kind and in financial resources represented in different actions. All of the above in order to contribute the quality of life, environmental sustainability, social activities, territorial security, and human development through the gender perspective, through restoration activities. For this purpose, the representatives of the parties have agreed to this great achievement. I invite Sarah and the director to address us. And I want to thank the technical team of the two organizations, the team of the CAR with more than 15 individuals, the environmental cultural director and the leadership of Jimena Puyana, and an additional 15 individuals who make this possible today. Sarah, director, thank you so much.
I think the panel has been great when discussing the challenges and the opportunities we have. And I wanted to thank the CAR director for moving forward to work with communities, and you can count on the UNPD to support you. Thank you very much. Can I take a couple minutes? Truly, I am so happy and filled with joy because this is a dream that began a year ago when I was chosen for the position of director of the CAR, and we wanted to work hard with the support of an incredible technical team, Lidia Redaño and our collaborators. And we believe that this is what the territory needs: a strategy to work with the communities so that the communities are the one that administer the territory, that together with the technical support of the UNPD and CAR can have the participatory spaces to improve the governance on their territory, to recover ecosystems and their supply capacity. And I think this will be a reference for the rest of the country. I would like to hear people and officials from Bogota. For me, coming to the COP was great and made sense because of this act and this moment right here. We are not here only to discuss and to make academic lectures and dissertations. We are here to work to create concrete commitments. These are more than 100,000 Colombian pesos, which will create real change in the territory, and more than 300 micro basins that will be that will have great progress in their recovery. And I am certain that this will be the intervention model for micro basins at national level. Thank you for believing in CAR, for supporting us, and for allowing us to learn from your international experience, your knowledge, and the transparency that you've been working with in our country and the world. We hope to mirror that trust, and I think that if God allows it, this will be a greatly successful project. Now for the signature, you can each sign the MOU. Well, if you can, something like this, it's okay. With this signature, we thank you all and we conclude this session on water and biodiversity. Thank you very much.